movie you've seen 1,000 times. These moments keep us connected to family, to memories, to meaning. They remind us where we come from and what matters most. And for some, it's a good time to create new traditions. Incorporating therapy into your new or existing traditions can help ensure you take time for yourself during what can be a joyful but sometimes hectic or lonely time of year. And by caring for yourself, you can show up more fully in the moments that matter. Maybe you'll find a new hot chocolate recipe to make with the kids, or reserve every Saturday night for you, your book, and some quiet. Close the year with clarity rather than chaos. This December, start a new tradition by taking care of you. Just call pound 250 and say the keyword ABC Radio. That's keyword ABC Radio after calling pound 250.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
A new climate change report looks at the impact on polar bears.
Researchers at the University of East Anglia in England say rising temperatures are causing changes in the DNA in polar bears as they try to adapt. Alice Goddard.
These habitats are very different and are changing very quickly. The bears are having to adapt quicker than they physically can to some point.
Researchers found bigger DNA changes in the polar bears living where the Arctic temperatures are rising the fastest. Jim Crisula, CBS News.
Well, Ford has stepped up technology in its popular F-150 pickup to combat techniques car thieves are now using. It includes a feature that won't allow the pickups to start even if key fobs are in the vehicle. Owners can use Ford's Start Inhibit to disable their engine from a smartphone. That pickup was in the top 10 of most stolen vehicles over the first half of the year. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
WICC. As the year winds down, Fairfield County weather is starting to ramp up. The Voice of Connecticut has local weather reports every 10 minutes in the morning and afternoon with Chief Meteorologist Paul Piorek. You'll get the most accurate forecast and outage reports during every storm, and you'll find all the delays and cancellations anytime at voiceofct.com. Here to keep you informed and prepared no matter the weather. WICC 695.9, the Voice of Connecticut.
Save more on heating costs this winter with better value and better heating services from Hoffman Energy. Switch now and get $125 free heating oil. With local 24/7 service in any weather, a monthly budget plan, and service plan options, Hoffman Energy has everything you need to stay warm, save, and enjoy a worry-free winter. Use propane? We've got you covered too. Ask about our special offers. Get your $125 free heating oil now. Visit HoffmanEnergy.com or call 877-359-0623 today.
Have you heard that Milford, Connecticut was recently voted the third best place to retire in the United States? Come see for yourself and visit Forest Hills Milford, offering newly constructed rental units in an active 55-plus community. Assigned garage parking with direct access to your building's elevator, storage units, and a state-of-the-art fitness center included free with your monthly rent. No additional cost for the things that make life easy. Visit ForestHillsMilford.com for more information or to schedule a tour. Forest Hills Milford, bringing ease and comfort to your everyday life.
It's Duchess Restaurants. It's fresh, made to order, and it's what makes Duchess food so good. Duchess Restaurants has so many choices. Try the Big D Philly cheesesteak, or how about a combo meal like a Big D cheeseburger, long dog, or grilled chicken sandwich with fries and a drink, or a roasted turkey, bacon, and cheddar on wheatberry bread. You can't go wrong with one of Duchess Restaurants' many menu items. Sandwiches, wraps, burgers, hot dogs, and more. All of Duchess's menu items are made to order, adding to their fresh flavor. You gotta eat at Duchess. Go to GoDuchess.com for the one nearest you. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Sunny and blustery this afternoon with a high in the mid-30s. Clear and cold this evening and overnight near 20. Cloudy on Saturday with a high of 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to The Download on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Now, another in-depth interview with Lisa Wexler.
Joining us now is a wonderfully well-known journalist, James Lamuscio, who is an award-winning journalist for almost 30 years. He wrote for Gannett. He wrote for the Connecticut Post, the New York Times. He was editor of the Westport News and Westport Magazine, and currently an adjunct instructor of rhetoric and advanced rhetoric at Sacred Heart University. He wrote this book called Village of the Damned, and it's spelled D-A-M-M-E-D because we are a G-rated show. The Fight for Open Space and the Flooding of a Connecticut Town. It's a brand new edition. I'm holding it in my hand right now. Welcome back to the show, James. I'm delighted to have you back with us to tell us the story of Weston, Connecticut. Hello.
Hello, Lisa. How are you? Thank you so much for having me on your show. It's funny. I haven't chatted with you since years ago when I was working at Westport Now with Gordon Josoloff.
Oh, my God, that was a long time ago. Yeah.
Yes, and I was cranking out stories like 24/7 for about 10 years working closely with Gordon. But again, thank you so much for having me on. Village of the Damned, D-A-M-M-E-D, the fight for open space and the flooding of a Connecticut town. It basically chronicles this village that existed in the Saugatuck River Valley. That existed there for for more than 200 years. And how all of it now is under 880 acres of surface area, water, some of it 100 feet deep behind the dam. And the question is, why should people care? Because what was found years later in terms of these glass plate negatives and photographs of the community that existed there. And it's a look back in history, but it also says something about the Yankee spirit. I mean, this area was known for, they call it Valley Forged, it was known for producing iron and steel products from bog ore and heating it up. It was the first place in New England where plows were made for farmers. It actually fueled munitions for the Revolutionary War. It was a community that had years later, you look at pictures of the schoolhouse. You look at pictures of great farms and people standing with pride before their very homes. And now to think it's all all of it, that whole community is gone. Many of the buildings were burned or moved, and it's all underwater.
All right, so wait. So now you got to go back. Hold on, James. Let's just go back a minute. Give me a year in time. Pick a year. Give me a year. Give me a year in which... Yeah, a year in which all of a sudden the community decided that it was going to flood an entire plain that was filled with buildings and existing structures in order to accomplish something else. In other words, you're saying this was a man-made thing. So tell us about
a man-made lake, a man-made reservoir. Bridgeport Hydraulic Company began eyeing that reservoir back in the 1920s, and in the 1930s, basically were using eminent domain to get people out. Unfortunately, eminent domain, of course, is as I've gone on to say, and I always believe it's a very tricky subject.
You bet.
Eminent domain, because we don't want to lose our homes. We don't want to, we have this love of place, and it's a very emotional and a very tricky topic, and it's puzzling. One could lose their home, their beloved property, for the greater good, but that pain can be solved by fair and just compensation. That's the law. But from what I found, fair and just compensation was not the case with Valley Forge.
All right, so what happened? So Bridgeport Hydraulic decides that they want to create a lake that wasn't there, create a reservoir that wasn't there?
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. This was a valley that was going to be flooded. In order to do that, they had to get people out.
But what made them decide? Wait, James. What made them decide that they wanted to flood this particular valley, and what was it flooded with? The Saugatuck River?
Okay.
Yeah.
The Saugatuck River, yes. They wanted to, again, dominate the water industry because this would allow them to have the largest reservoir in the state.
Okay.
So Samuel Sr., for whom the dam is named after, really had his eyes set on this valley. It was a scenic valley, a valley of, with a long history. What happened was that slowly but surely people were moved out. In the book, I tell a story about a woman who refused to leave even as water was rising, as the dam went up, and she had to be carried away. There's also the story of a man who lived in a cabin there, and he finally decided, okay, I'll leave, and he gave he gave it a try with to move to an apartment in Westport. He was there one night and he died because he didn't know what a gas stove was all about. He had only had, there are some very sad stories
and
about.
When did this happen? What year?
All of this took place in the late 1930s and until when the dam was finally completed in 1940.
Wow!
And so here we are, and I'm at the genesis of this was that I was up at the reservoir fishing with my father and my son, and my father was watching us, and he was saying how beautiful it was. It looks like it's like it could have been in the Adirondacks, looking at all the pines around it.
Yeah, it is.
And looking at how wonderful it is. And the great irony is at the time I was up there fishing was with him, the reservoir is actually younger than he was.
Wow.
And so then what developed, I mean, this is how this whole thing unfolded. Well, I wound up talking to a local historian, Jim Ho, who's no longer here, and also Jim Daniel, a former town first selectman, who was also
What about Rob Turner? He must have known everything. Rob Turner.
No, well, I found people from all over. I actually poured over because this is when I first wrote this book. This is the second printing. They wanted me to do an update 20 years later. But when I first wrote this book, I had to pour over old cracked newspaper clippings at the Weston Historical Society. I had to find old. I got some old glass plate photos that were found by Gary Samuelson of what it was like before. Pictures of the homes, pictures of the houses, communities, the school, the one-room schoolhouse, all of these things I had to find out about. Sit down, go to the Westport Library and go over old microfiche from now defunct newspapers from the 30s, playing back the town hall meetings of what it was like. Weston, and also Reading is involved in this because the reservoir on the eastern side connects into Reading. So all of that research went into this. So here we are, the book got a lot of acclaim back then. It was a finalist for the Connecticut Book Award. A year ago, I was asked by the Aspetuck Land Trust to talk about the book. And I'm thinking, why? This is 20 years ago. Why the people are still interested? Well, I gave a talk there, and 407 people came because of curiosity, but also because there's a flip side to this story. And the flip side is that when the water company was buying up all this land, they had another valley there as well that they were considering for a reservoir, but then they said, no, we're going to keep it to keep the water pure, because the water was not even going to Weston, it was going down to Bridgeport for the growing populations and also for manufacturing. So we have all of these, what happens in the 90s, we hear that other valley that they bought and got through eminent domain for the public good was being eyed by the water company, the new water company, Aquarian, to sell for 100 more than $1 million homes and a golf course with a $100,000 entry fee.
Oh, you're talking about Trout Brook, right?
Trout Brook, yes. And so here's what happened. The great irony is we have one community is decimated and the other one is now going to be sold off. I wound up writing a story for the New York Times about it because I went walking through the whole area and I spoke to a few people about it. Some people were outraged. Others said $100,000 plus membership fee for a golf course is not the public good. It's not something that was taken in the name of perceived public good. Trout Brook Valley, which the water company had seized via eminent domain for the public good to build a reservoir, but never did, had been on the drawing boards the whole idea was for corporate profit. After that story ran, Paul Newman
God
After
bless
I wrote
him.
that story for the Paul
bless
Newman
Paul.
got involved,
Oh, my
right?
God.
He showed up at this group to save Trout Brook
That's
Valley.
right. Mm-hmm.
And he wound up donating $500,000, and then everything snowballed.
It did. I gave them $75, Jim. We're chatting with Jim LaLucia. I remember I contributed $75. I remember thinking it's not a lot of money and it won't make the difference, but it's what I can afford right now, and I want to save Trout Brook. And I must have been like a lot of other people because a lot of people donated. A lot of people.
Well, and you know what happened? That's terrific. And what happened after that was that, Trout Brook is eventually saved. I mean, everyone steps up, all different land trusts. You go through the Nature Conservancy, and then the state stepped up to fund the rest of it. And so Trout Brook Valley is saved. And after that, it's a blueprint to save thousands of other acres known as the Kelder land from development. Ergo, since that time, the state currently, the state has, the Recreational and Natural Heritage Trust, a state-owned land program, that since 1998 has saved more than 51,000 acres. The state right now, the open space goal throughout the state is 673,000. We're up to 568,000, almost 85%, all because of the Open Space Act of 1997, which came about after this. The good news is that when you look back, it's a sad thing what happened to Valley Forge, but had it not been flooded, that's the great irony. Had it not been flooded and people learned to appreciate all this open space up here, none of the other land would have been developed and would have been saved. It would have been developed. So it basically, as I got a book reviewer wrote one thing here where, the message of Trout Brook was forever yours or forever gone. The Saugatuck Valley Association back in the 1930s failed to stop the Bridgeport Hydraulic Company from damming the Saugatuck River. And it allowed the Saugatuck Reservoir system that we see today. In their old charter was deal with eminent domain so they could do what they do. But here's what happens. Fast forward to the 1990s, and you see that, on behalf of preservation, it was, the communicating of local beauty that motivated residents to protect the lands. There was eloquently stated by a fellow who reviewed my book in the Reading Sentinel that, I just would like to read this to you right now. He says there should always be voices in open debate. And the positive message is that citizens can find redemption in history's lessons and change course. It is true that in a nation where every voice can be counted, herding of those voices to purpose in times of tension becomes essential. And there was that determination to save Trout Brook Valley. Yeah. And what that did, it actually steeled preservationists and land use groups like the Aspetuck Land Trust in Westport. The Aspetuck Land Trust is all over. They just purchased, was donated basically, purchased at a good price, land owned by half of the Christopher Plummer estate.
I know,
not
16
far from
acres.
where I
I saw that. I know
that. Yeah.
And
I know. Elaine was talking to them for quite a while.
Where are they, around Wampog Lane, something like that?
Wampum Road, yes.
Yeah,
and
that's
right across the street from Wampum Hill. And right across the street from me. So I go, and I've always loved looking at that valley. And I remember
I had Christopher Plummer on my show, and he told a story. It was such an amazing story. He said that when he bought his property, that there was some kind of a mistake in the land description. And what he thought he was buying more or less 4 acres, he ended up buying something like 40. And that was what he said on the air. Now, it might have been an exaggeration, but that's what he said. And basically, he found himself having purchased a lot more land than he thought he was buying. And he and his wife had made a decision a long time ago that they were going to make sure that a lot of that land stayed in perpetuity, beautiful nature. So I was really gratified to see that she did that.
Oh, yeah, it really is. It's a beautiful looking at that, that whole meadow.
Yeah.
But, and you have to credit, groups ever since Troutbrook, groups like the Aspetuck Land Trust, they've grown in leaps and bounds in saving. And right now, and here's the thing, saving open space. Why? Because it's a whole quality of life issue. We have to, and we have a lot of competing interests right now, and it's sort of, and I've in my 46 years here in Connecticut, in the throes of what it seems like endless development and the loss of open space, we do see a loss of a previous quality of life.
We do.
And
in fact, James, I'm going to have to go, but actually really fascinating. The Connecticut Post itself this week did an aerial survey of 2015, not long ago, how Connecticut looked versus 2025. And the leaps and bounds. Now, remember, we're a population of more or less 3 million people. We have not had any explosion by any means. But if you look at the physical way in which our geography looks, we are far more developed than we used to be. We have far more impervious surfaces. We have larger, enormous warehouses. We've taken over certain farms and tobacco fields. This is all across the state. And we're building a lot of high-rises. It is what it is.
We're killing the goose that laid the golden egg, and it's and there really is, And I'll end with this note because I use that as the last line in the new issue published by Brandeis University Press, and I said, in talking, the bottom line is we need open space as much as we need shelter, and different, the state, local P&Zs, et cetera, really have to balance these needs properly.
Well, go tell Hartford because they don't seem to see it that way. James Lamuccio, thank you very much for coming on. By the way, off air, you're going to hear from me because I'd love you to present to our local Weston Kiwanis. I'm sure they would love to hear you on a Saturday morning. Will you do that for us?
Absolutely. You know what's funny? When it first came out 20 years ago, I spoke to them, and I'd love to return with the updated book.
Fantastic.
Village of the Damned.
That's the date. We're going to give you that off air. Thank you so much, James Lamuccio. The book is called Village of the Damned. Go get it. It's really a wonderfully written, really fascinating book about local history.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Sunny and blustery this afternoon with a high in the mid-30s. Clear and cold this evening and overnight near 20. Cloudy on Saturday with a high of 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's December 12th. On this day in 1964, the beloved Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer appeared for the first time on television.
Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
Rudolph, with your nose so bright, won't you guide my sleigh tonight?
It will be an honor, sir.
In 1996, the #1 movie at the box office was Jerry Maguire.
Jerry Maguire!
What can I do for you, Rod? Show me the money.
Show me the money!
And it's a day early, but happy 100th birthday to Richard Wayne Van Dyke. Dick Van Dyke will be 100 tomorrow.
Singing is the best thing you can do for yourself. Usually I'll wake up with an old tune going through my head.
December 12th.
That was the day in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the Voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. This is where Fairfield County comes for local news. WICC 695.9. The Voice of Connecticut. WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Christopher Cruz. Moments ago in a Michigan courtroom.
Mr. Moore, could you state your name, please?
Rome Moore. Fired University of Michigan football coach Sharon Moore was arraigned on felony charges of home invasion and stalking. He'll be released on $25,000 bond with conditions.
We understood on the no contact and no go-to, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
The school says it fired the married father of 3 for having an inappropriate relationship with an employee. The White House is responding to the release of photos from the Epstein estate today.
The 19 photos released by Democrats on the House Oversight Committee are a small selection of the more than 95,000 in the case. They include photos of President Trump, former President Clinton, and former Prince Andrew. Republicans say none of the photos show any wrongdoing, while the White House accuses Democrats of, quote, selectively releasing cherry-picked photos and trying to create a false narrative. The statement also calls the Epstein case, quote, the Democrat hoax. These photos are separate from a deadline of next week compelling the Justice Department to release the Epstein files. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, Washington.
The rain isn't letting up in western Washington state, and neither is the flooding. Almost 100,000 people may have to move to higher ground. CBS's Carter Evans is in Mount Vernon.
In Burlington, in particular, this community, you're seeing low-lying areas flooding. So houses that are on foundations, they've got about a foot or two of water inside the homes right now. And that's a problem for a lot of people. And a big surprise, too, because the river is declining right now.
Another storm is predicted to bring rain on Sunday. A federal judge has barred immigration authorities from detaining Kilmar Abrego Garcia again.
Abrego Garcia is back home with his family in the Maryland suburbs of Washington, D.C., after a judge ordered his release from ICE detention. Simon Sandoval Moschenberg is one of his lawyers.
Obviously, everyone knows that it's not the end of the story. As long as the government keeps coming after him, we're going to keep having to defend him. For now, it's a very important victory.
Abrego Garcia, a Salvador national, was mistakenly deported to his home country earlier this year. Jim Crisula, CBS News.
President Trump's reported plan to reclassify marijuana as a less dangerous drug has investors jumping into marijuana-related stocks today, says CBS's Jason Brooks.
Cannabis stocks jumped on reports that President Trump is going to reclassify marijuana from a level 1 drug to a less stringent level 3, which includes drugs like Tylenol with codeine, anabolic steroids, and testosterone, while pot's current level 1 classification has it in a group with heroin and fentanyl.
The Dow is down about 1/3% at this hour. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Take the next step forward in your career with great benefits and an award-winning workplace. Apply at careers.progressive.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-0593. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-0593. That's 800-497-0593. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A third person has pleaded guilty now to absentee ballot fraud charges in the last 2 Bridgeport mayoral primaries. Silvio Ramos pleaded guilty Thursday to misrepresenting eligibility requirements for voting by absentee ballot, restricted possession of an absentee ballot, and fraudulent voting. She will not receive jail time if she complies with the conditions of her release. 2 other people involved in the scandal, Josephine Edmonds and Nilsa Heredia, have also pleaded guilty. The 26 children and 12 adults killed in the Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting in Connecticut are being remembered on the tragedy's anniversary this weekend. Governor Ned Lamont directed flags lowered to half-staff from sunrise to sunset on Sunday to honor those killed December 12th December 14th, 2012 in Newtown. Connecticut congressional members joined survivors on Capitol Hill Thursday to again call for federal gun safety measures. The estate of an 83-year-old Greenwich woman who was killed by her own son this past summer is now suing Microsoft and OpenAI, claiming that ChatGPT intensified her son's paranoid delusions, leading to her murder. The victim's son, Stein Eric Solberg, documented his increasingly disturbing conversations with the chatbot on his YouTube page, and the lawsuit is alleging that these interactions led to him strangling his own mother before taking his own life. AI chatbots have been the subject of lawsuits like these multiple times over the past several years. Former Fairfield Police Chief Gary McNamara spoke about the widespread nature of the problem.
We've seen that where chatbots kind of turn on the individuals that they're seeking information from and start to take them down a dark path of suicidal ideation.
WFSB Channel 3 spoke with Quinnipiac University law professor Wayne Unger about how the very nature of these technologies creates an environment where users can grow reliant on them.
Engagement drives revenue for them. And so if they are trained to keep you engaged, they are trained to keep you in the conversation, emotionally invested in the conversation.
And there is snow in the weekend forecast for Connecticut. A storm passing offshore to the south could bring 1 to 2 inches of accumulation. Up to 3 inches is possible in some areas. Snowfall is expected to overspread the state late tomorrow night or very early Sunday morning. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
An accident on the Merritt northbound in Orange at exit 41 has now been cleared. Right now, heading northbound from the state line to Milford, it's pretty smooth sailing on 95 or the Merritt, but right now 95 is just a little bit faster. Sponsored by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
Clear and cold this evening and overnight near 20. Cloudy on Saturday with a high near 40. Snow early Sunday through midday with a high near 30. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So I think it was around the middle of 1977. I had just turned 16. I was 16 in a couple of months. In, I think, June, July, or August of 1977. And somebody who lived a few doors down from us on our street had asked my parents if I was old enough to work and did I have a job at the time. And now obviously I didn't do any formal jobs during the school year. And those days I helped out my dad and my uncle in the family store. You know, it wasn't really on the payroll. Oh, my God, I got paid. Didn't really get paid off the books, but I got paid off the books. And it was like one day a week, and they would throw me like $10 for the day. Now, $10 in 1977, when you're 14 or 15 years old, it's a nice little stash there, but I digress. So the first time I was ever paid on the books and had to fill out the paperwork and saw money come back to me, not via check, but actually a little manila money envelope. Remember those, right? You'd fold up the money, and then on the front there would be your gross and your federal taxes and your Social Security taxes. Well, the first time that happened with me was, like I said, around mid or a little past mid-1977 for about a month or so in a special project that a business owner had who lived on my street, or a woman who lived on my street who worked for a business said, hey, does Paul want to work? So that was kind of like the first time I was ever on the books, per se, right? And, you know, rite of passage, hey, okay, you got to go down. We'll drop you off there. You'll work till 3, 4 o'clock, and Dad will come pick you up, whatever. Even though I had my license, we were a one-car family and all that and the such. And I remember that and we all kind of remember this, don't we? what the minimum wage was when we first started, because we like to compare it to today, although to try and do that without a minimum wage calculator or something online that can add in the buying power and everything, sometimes it's futile. So you have to go to a actual website or put it into Grok or Google or whatever, or to some AI thing, and they'll figure it out for you. So my first stab at a 40-hour week ended up being $2.65 an hour. $2.65 an hour, which meant that I grossed about 94, 95, 96 bucks, whatever it was. It didn't break 100 because what? $2.65 times 40 is not going to break 100. So I was wondering what that was in today's dollars, because I don't want to come on here and say, well, geez, the minimum wage is going up again here in Connecticut. We're killing these businesses, almost 17 bucks an hour. I made $2.65 an hour when I started. So I said, wait a minute. If that was today, how do I measure that versus today? And it's a little bit closer than I thought. So whatever AI generator picked this up when I simply typed in 265 and 1977's worth today, I get I get about, at the most, it varies by about 10 or 20 cents, depending upon which source I'm looking at. I get about $13.40 an hour. So if I was starting out today, if back then I only knew what I know today. No, but seriously, if I was, 16-year-old me today and not back in 1977, that $2.65, the absolute state of Connecticut minimum back then, would be equivalent to about $13 on the high end. Like I said, it varies a few cents here and there. $13.40 an hour. Right? So again, just to go through this, so I was making $2.65 an hour back in 1977. So if you do that times 40 hours a week, it's $106 a week. Did I do that right? Yeah, I think I did. Let me make sure I did that right. Because even though I'm using the calculator on the computer, sometimes even clicking stuff makes me a dummy. Yeah, $106 a week. Now, that's chicken feed today. Now, if I did that in, today's realm, which is $13.40 an hour, then that would flip to $536 a week. You know where I'm going with this. Now, having said that, and I always like to bring this up toward the end of the year, because I think it is something that needs to be discussed in the realm of the constant talk and constant chatter we have now about what's the big word now? What's the big buzzword now? Affordability. Now, affordability plays on one side of the minimum wage argument, and it plays on the other side of the minimum wage argument. Because Zohran Mamdani got elected, he is now the mayor-elect of New York City, everybody says, well, affordability this, and that's the key for 2026, and that's the key for 2028. Affordability. Everybody's talking affordability. One day the president loves it, the next day he doesn't love it. I don't know, I'm confused. I think it's vastly overstated. I think when you try and talk about affordability, it's another word for the market forces. But having said that, Connecticut's minimum wage is about to go up again because of a law that, has been put in by majority Democrats a few years ago. So it's going to go up to almost $17 an hour. Now, is that a good thing or is that a bad thing? Is that a good thing if you are a minimum wage employee or earner? Or is that a bad thing if you're trying to run a business, make a little bit of a profit, not exist as a nonprofit, not exist as a charity that gives everything back? So we will talk about that, but I wanted to start with this. And again, of course, you know where we start. It's our Facebook page, facebook.com/Voice of CT. The People's Republic of Connecticut, the real DPRC, I'm kidding, will soon have the second highest minimum wage in the U.S. That minimum, going up on January 1, is now just a few pennies under $17 an hour. $16.94. Is that good or bad for state businesses? Why or why not? You tell me. We'll get into it. And this other question, too, I have. Should there even be a minimum wage? Now, you may say, well, that's crazy to think that. No. We'll explain that and more coming up straight ahead. Minimum wage going up in Connecticut to $16.94. Good, bad, or otherwise. We begin with that right here on WICC.
When you want the latest news updates, the Voice of Connecticut has always been there. We start every hour with breaking updates from around the nation and around the world with CBS News Radio. Then we take you around your own neighborhood for live and local Connecticut news from WICC's team of reporters. All day, every day. For over 99 years. WICC 695.9. The Voice of Connecticut.
Hey, it's Melissa Shakata from Melissa in the Morning here on the Voice of Connecticut, and I want to tell you about MADE, a leadership series of events I've been hosting with the Department of Economic and Community Development and the Connecticut Business and Industry Association. MADE is designed to equip Connecticut's industry professionals with connections, resources, and insights to create opportunity in today's business landscape. It's a combination of in-person events and podcasts that you can check out on voiceofct.com. In fact, last month I was part of the Reputation MADE event hosted at UConn Stamford, and it featured our very good friend Stu Leonard Jr. of Stu Leonard's. But don't worry, if you missed it, that's what the podcast is for. You can actually go back and listen to our conversation with ESPN anchor Arda Ocal and learn more about how to make your business stand out. That topic and other MADE conversations all podcasted and posted to our website, voiceofct.com. Again, go back and listen at voiceofct.com.
Experience one of Connecticut's most festive holiday concerts. Greater Bridgeport Symphony presents Holiday Quintessence. Maestro Eduardo Leandro will conduct on Saturday, December 20th, 7:30 at the Klein in Bridgeport. Classical masterpieces from Vivaldi, Tchaikovsky, and Britain's Young Person's Guide to the Orchestra. Immerse yourself in a joyful sing-along with all your holiday favorites. Tickets $21 to $72. Kids under 19 are free. Celebrate the season with Greater Bridgeport Symphony. Get your tickets now at gbs.org. That's gbs.org.
It's Duchess Restaurants. It's fresh, made to order, and it's what makes Duchess food so good. Duchess Restaurants has so many choices for breakfast. Bacon, egg, and cheese. On a hard roll, wrap, whole wheat toast, any way you'd like it. Or a Big D breakfast with 2 pancakes, 2 eggs, and bacon, ham, or sausage. You can't go wrong with one of Duchess Restaurants' many items, including breakfast platters, sandwiches, muffins, bagels, and more. All of Duchess's menu items are made to order, adding to their fresh flavor. You gotta eat breakfast at Duchess. Go to GoDuchess.com for the one nearest you. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Need roofing, vinyl siding, gutters, or chimney repairs? Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing, your local roofing expert since 1972. From cracked shingles to leaky chimneys, our certified technicians handle it all. We don't just install, we fortify your home for decades of protection. And right now, you could get 0 interest, 0 payments for 24 months. Call today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
Would a beautiful holiday light display get you in the Christmas spirit? Then the holiday decorations at RD Cinto Corporate Park in Shelton are a must. RD Cinto welcomes you to drive through and see a world where holiday cheer meets artistic vision, including a brand new 40-foot hanging display from Florence, Italy. Drive between 1 and 2 Corporate Drive in Shelton as countless lights surround you and gifts are suspended mid-air like magic. The display is up all month and the public is welcome. Happy holidays from RD Cinto.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
An accident on the Merritt northbound in Orange at exit 41 has now been cleared. Right now, heading northbound from the state line to Milford, it's pretty smooth sailing on 95 or the Merritt, but right now 95 is just a little bit faster. Sponsored by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clear with a low near 20. Cloudy on Saturday with a high near 40. Sunday morning, snow clearing in the afternoon with a high near 30. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
He might not agree with you, but he promises to listen. Join Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, 203-333-9422, WICC 695.9. The voice of Connecticut. Voice of Connecticut.
Now, as we turn the calendar in a few weeks from 2025 all the way to 2026 already, Connecticut's minimum wage is going to go up to $16.94. Now, you may say, man, that's a lot of money. Well, you know, we pay a lot of money in this state, the minimum wage, and we talked about this last year because I like to bring this up every year when this flips because I think it's worth discussing. It currently is $16.35 an hour. Now it's going up to $16.94 an hour for 2026. Now, I don't know what the percentage is of people working full-time at minimum wage, but I guess the idea of doing this is that if you're a single person and you're only making minimum wage and you may not have any extraneous expenses, it's possible, despite the fact that a lot of us are spendoramas here, but you could have a single person, right, who is not married with no dependents, maybe doesn't carry a ton of credit card debt, maybe is, you know, driving a car that they bought and paid for in high school or whatever. And the best they can get is a minimum wage job, a couple of ticks under $17 an hour. So that would be roughly $677 a week. So that would be $35,000 a year. 35,200 and change under the new $16.94. $35,235. Now, versus when I started, which is a little less of an equivalent than $16.94. So if I was working full-time for minimum wage back in 1977, yes, I'm an old guy, I would have made $106 a week, which I did for a couple of months, and, grossed about $5,500 a year. Now, again, these are before taxes, so again, even that single person, like I said, who was grossing $35,000 a year, it would be tough unless they found a room to rent, whatever. Here's my point, though. When you take a look at the minimum wage, is Connecticut having the second highest, I should say, the fact that we have the second highest minimum wage in the country, next to, I think, California is number one. The fact that we have the second highest minimum wage in the country, is that good or bad? Now, you may say, well, of course it's good for the employee. Why wouldn't we want the second highest or the highest or whatever? I got to double check on that. But why wouldn't you want that? All right, I get that. I understand that. But does the amount of Connecticut's minimum wage here, figure it roughly $17 an hour, $16.94, whatever, roughly $17 an hour. Does that hurt businesses? Now, I'm sure we'll hear all of the familiar arguments. And frankly, I hear these every year, and I still think about it. I know they say, well, the minimum should be high enough because if that's the only thing somebody can get, they should be able to live on it. Okay. But then what does that do? Two things. What does that do to the consumer who, listen, is going to end up paying for it? There's no free lunch. There's no free breakfast. There's no free dinner. And even though, adjusted, like I said, looking back at what I was working at or 4. At minimum, it would have still been double digits today, but it would have been about $13.50 an hour versus $17 an hour. And then there's the whole concept, really, of having a minimum wage. You know, there's some economists, some people who make a study of this, saying, hey, why do we even have a minimum wage? If there was no minimum wage, wouldn't businesses have to battle each other for a little bit more? In other words, you have two shops together, and maybe one shop or one restaurant or one fast food place pays its people, or one big box retailer, they say, hey, we pay $23 an hour, and the competition says, well, you know what, I can't pay that, but I can pay the minimum, and there's no real impetus or ability for the competitor to that big box retailer or the fast food place or even the nicer restaurant to pay as much, if not more. So you tell me, our Facebook question of the day, we're already getting answers to it as usual. Folks jump on this stuff early. Facebook.com/Voice of CT. Connecticut will soon have the second highest minimum wage in the U.S. It's going up pretty soon to $16.94 an hour. Roughly, all right, knock it up 6 cents to $17 an hour. Is that good or bad for state businesses and individuals? Why or why not? Is $17 an hour, do you consider that too much? Is it too much for some things? Like, with all due respect, slinging coffee and burgers. Maybe you're a barista. Maybe you work at a fast food place. And you may say, well, that's ridiculous. That's way too much. Or do you say, hey, wait a minute, though. At least people can have a floor of a full-time wage, and maybe they like what they're doing, but the place they're doing it at, implying their trade at, can't pay them anymore. So what do you think? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC, as we talk about the minimum wage.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
An accident on the Merritt northbound in Orange at exit 41 has now been cleared. Right now, heading northbound from the state line to Milford, it's pretty smooth sailing on 95 or the Merritt, but right now 95 is just a little bit faster. Paul Goodman, WICC traffic.
Clear and cold this evening and overnight near 20. Cloudy on Saturday with a high near 40. Snow early Sunday through midday with a high near 30. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Looking for quality dental care close to home? Columbia Dental in Norwalk is here for you. As part of our robust network of 12 locations, we're open to fit your busy schedule. From routine cleanings and checkups to implants and oral surgery, Columbia Dental provides complete care for the whole family, all in one place. Call us today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. That's columbiadental.com. Your smile, our priority.
Now there's a new way to take charge of your blood sugar. Introducing new Garlic Healthy Blood Sugar Formula from the makers of the nation's best-selling garlic supplement. New Garlic helps maintain healthy blood sugar levels with clinically supported levels of garlic, plus a custom blend of vitamins and minerals, and it's odor-free. Take charge of your blood sugar with new Garlic Healthy Blood Sugar Formula. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Use as directed.
Too much on your list this season? Get 50% off your first 6 months of payroll at gusto.com/radio. Gusto saves you 2 days every month on payroll, taxes, and compliance. So you can go from making payroll to making gingerbread houses, checking your books to decking the halls, spreadsheets to snow angels. Switch before the end of the year and there's no need to transfer payroll history. Now that's a reason to be merry. Choose a future with Gusto and get more time for what matters. For a limited time, get 50% off your first 6 months at gusto.com/radio.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit L&J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Fired University of Michigan football coach Sharon Moore is in court today being arraigned on charges of home invasion and stalking. A prosecutor argued against bond.
In light of the totality of all of those circumstances, we consider the defendant to be a risk to public safety.
Moore is being released on bond. Democrats on the House Oversight Committee have released 19 photos from the estate of convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. The photos show him near President Trump and former President Clinton, among others. Democratic Congressman Robert Garcia.
The thing right now that's the most important is there is one man who has the power to release the files and get to the truth and bring justice to the survivors, and that's Donald Trump.
A federal judge has blocked immigration authorities from re-detaining Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Attorney Simon Sandoval Moschenberg.
Obviously, everyone knows that it's not the end of the story. As long as the government keeps coming after him, we're going to keep having to defend him. For now, it's a very important victory.
CBS News Brief. I'm Christopher Cruz.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Winds should be calmer today after strong gusts blew through parts of the state. The National Weather Service reports the strongest wind gust Thursday was in New Haven County. Bethany reported a wind gust of 49 miles per hour. Gusts of 43 miles per hour were reported at Bridgeport Airport in Fairfield County and at Groton Airport in New London County. Today, the National Weather Service is predicting winds between 9 and 14 miles per hour. The Bridgeport City Council will be meeting this coming Monday, where it is expected that they will elect a new council president. The previous council meeting controversially ended before a president could be elected due to 2 no votes that denied any candidate the ability to collect the required 11 votes. However, Councilman Galen Murray, who cast one of the 2 no votes, says that electing a president will be the priority this coming Monday.
The one thing that I can share internally is that everybody just wants to get their committees and get into the meat of the work.
Additional details are being revealed about Connecticut's first confirmed measles case in more than 4 years. Officials say that the case involves an unvaccinated child under the age of 10 from Fairfield County. The Trumbull Health Department says that the child lives in Trumbull and attends Christian Heritage School. Health officials are working with the school to make sure all precautions are being taken. A Ridgefield woman who is accused of poisoning a man is now facing new charges. 33-year-old Kristen Hogan was charged with 2 counts of attempted murder and 1 count of interference with an officer after she admitted to pouring an ingredient in antifreeze into bottles of wine and iced tea. She now faces charges including 1 count of tampering with evidence and 3 counts of perjury in connection with a custody battle over her children. Low-income residents can expect help from the state to deal with rising health care premiums. Governor Ned Lamont announced his funding plan Thursday as Affordable Care Act subsidies are set to expire at the end of the year.
I can pretty well assure you that there'll be very little change in what you have to pay out of pocket.
The governor's plan would ensure that people making less than $62,000 a year and getting their insurance from the Connecticut marketplace would see little to no change in their premiums. The same would apply to families making less than $128,000 a year. Senator Richard Blumenthal says a recent vote will have devastating consequences for millions of families. Senator Blumenthal released a statement Thursday after a measure to extend Obamacare subsidies failed to pass. Blumenthal says people die when they can't afford health insurance, and it's just wrong to force Americans already struggling with rising costs to bear the financial burden of skyrocketing premiums.
The ACA isn't perfect. We need to lower the costs of health care generally. But the fact of the matter is the consequences of failing to extend these tax credits will be devastating.
He also blames Republicans for not working with Democrats on broader health care reforms. Blumenthal adds Republicans will be held accountable. Connecticut is taking a step to address the nursing shortage. Governor Ned Lamont announced Thursday Connecticut is now part of the multi-state licensure compact. It allows nurses to get one multi-state license that allows them to practice in Connecticut and over 40 other states and territories. Lamont says this gives Connecticut nurses the flexibility to practice around the country, but it also allows qualified nurses from other states to practice here more easily.
You're in Bacchus and you're short. You need somebody on a part-time basis, maybe somebody from Rhode Island can come in and help out, or vice versa. And I think it just makes an awful lot of sense when you want to make sure we have the attention and care and love that we need.
To apply for a multi-state license, visit elicense.ct.gov. And Senator Chris Murphy is again backing a bill designed to help breast cancer patients. The Democratic senator and his Republican colleague, Lisa Murkowski, reintroduced the Metastatic Breast Cancer Access to Care Act Thursday. It would waive waiting periods for Social Security disability insurance and Medicare benefits for those with metastatic breast cancer. Murphy says patients diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer shouldn't have to wait months or even years to get the support they need to fight this horrible disease. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Heading northbound from the city to Milford, it's about 45 minutes on 95 or the Merritt. Sponsored by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Happy holidays from MJ Thomas Jewelers. Wishing everyone good health and happiness for the new year. MJ Thomas Jewelers, helping Stratford sparkle since 1976. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clear with a low near 20. Cloudy on Saturday with a high near 40. Sunday morning snow clearing in the afternoon with a high near 30. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Bridgeport is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yes, did he say snow? Yes, Paul Piorek did. So, just in case you don't realize, it tends to snow this time of the year. All right? So, in fact, we've gone a little longer than usual without a snow. So, what did he say? A couple of inches of snow? So, here's my advice. There's no reason to strip the stores bare and act like there's an asteroid coming to destroy us. Okay? It's a little snow. It'll be done by the middle of the day Sunday. Stay in bed, sleep late, curl up, watch the early NFL game at 1. There's no reason to buy 4 gallons of milk, 2 loaves of bread, peanut butter, and protein bars for 2 inches of snow. Okay? We there? We understand that? Oh, my God, I can see it now. Chris will be back on Monday. Connecticut State Police responded to 836 accidents on Sunday because we got 2 freaking inches of snow. Relax, everybody. All right, we begin once again part 2 of our number 1 here, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. It never fails, right? Did you hear it's going to snow? Yeah, it's December. That tends to happen. You know what else tends to happen around this time every year because of a recent law Connecticut passed? The minimum wage is going up, and it's tied, I guess, to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the BLS, and whatever index they look at in Hartford. So starting pretty soon, turn of the year, according to this story here in the Connecticut Insider, the state's going to start paying minimum wage now just a tick, a skosh, a smidge, a pinch, under $17 an hour, $16.94 an hour, which figures out to grossing a little over $35,000 a year, about $35,300 a year or change like that. Figured $35,000, an extra couple $300 on for the frosting. Now, that's before taxes. If you have a single person who's trying to live on that, that'd be tough. Unless you own your car, you have no credit card debt, you have no college loan debt, you have no extended revolving credit, and you're just living in a house somewhere, seriously, in a room. Maybe you're not paying full condo rental or whatever. Now, just to give you an example, when I started back in 1977, for a few months, I worked a full-time summer job that was $265 an hour. I made the whopping total of $106 a week. Our minimum wage now here in Connecticut in a few weeks is going to be $677 a week. So the good part is somebody could actually survive on that. But is there a bad part to this? And the debate is constant here, and I love getting into this. Do we really need a minimum wage? And I'm not saying that just to stir the pot here, but it's an interesting theory that I've read. And you read about critics of the minimum wage who say, hey, because you have to pay a minimum to a certain amount of people, especially if you're in the restaurant business, which doesn't have a great profit margin, 3%, 4%, 5% maybe, especially if you're in the fast food business, which now there are some restaurants saying, hey, if you're going to make us pay this, we're going to go. Now, some franchises and franchisees have tried to figure this out and others haven't. Hey, we may go to artificial intelligence, AI kiosks here, because we don't think it makes sense to pay somebody sliding a cup of coffee to you or, sliding some wrap burgers to you $17 an hour. And I know it may sound callous, not trying to sound callous here, but doesn't every job, everything that someone or some group of people get paid for, don't we put an objective or an ostensibly objective value on it? And again, the example I always cite here, let's say you have 2 fast food places, 2 diners, 2 restaurants or whatever, and one restaurant does a lot better than the other, whatever. So they say, hey, our starting wage, hey, I do well, I pay above minimum wage because I want to get the best people. Yeah, I know the minimum here in Connecticut is going up to $17, so I pay $22 or $23 an hour. And you see this and you hear this. I guess Walmart started to do this. Businesses who've been getting criticized, they do this. So if you have a business that can pay above and beyond, does the fact that there is a minimum wage, think about this. This is my point. Does the fact that there is a minimum wage provide some sort of a safety net or an auxiliary parachute here to another business, a competitor who may say, well, you know what, I don't want to pay that. I can't afford that. I'll just pay the minimum. So, and again, maybe these kinds of situations aren't the majority, not the rule. They may be the exception here. You see what I'm saying here? If there was not a minimum wage, would that competitive business have to pay a lot closer to what the guy or gal who's paying $22 or $23 or $24 an hour? Think about that. So this is why I ask, is it good or bad for state businesses that Connecticut will soon have the second highest minimum wage in all of the U.S.? And we talk about affordability. And we talk about, how expensive it is here to make things rumble along here in Connecticut. Doesn't the minimum wage in some way, shape, or form, voluntarily or involuntarily, contribute to that? We'll go to the phones momentarily right here on WICC.
A cancer diagnosis comes with so many questions. Should you get a second opinion? What's the right treatment? How do you tell your kids? You don't need more questions in your life. You need world-class cancer care here in Fairfield County. That's why Stamford Health collaborates with Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, ranked number 3 nationally for cancer care. Your search for answers stops when our care for you starts. Stamford Health.
Recently, 1 in 4 people surveyed by Bankrate.com say they're literally losing sleep because of worries that they might not have saved enough to retire. Pretty much adds up because the number one fear of planning for retirement is running out of money. So if you're ready to get serious about planning for your future, you could start by listening to Mastering Your Wealth with host David Gagnon of First Financial Planners. Tune in Saturday mornings at 8 right here on WICC 600. Also get more details online at masteringyourwealthradio.com.
The holidays are a time of traditions, like making your great-grandmother's secret pudding recipe or watching that favorite movie you've seen 1,000 times. These moments keep us connected to family, to memories, to meaning. They remind us where we come from and what matters most. And for some, it's a good time to create new traditions. Incorporating therapy into your new or existing traditions can help ensure you take time for yourself during what can be a joyful but sometimes hectic or lonely time of year. And by caring for yourself, you can show up more fully in the moments that matter. Maybe you'll find a new hot chocolate recipe to make with the kids, or reserve every Saturday night for you, your book, and some quiet. Close the year with clarity rather than chaos. This December, start a new tradition by taking care of you. Just call pound 250 and say the keyword ABC Radio. That's keyword ABC Radio after calling pound 250.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Heading northbound from the city to Milford, it's about 45 minutes on 95 or the Merritts. Sponsored by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Happy holidays from MJ Thomas Jewelers. Wishing everyone good health and happiness for the new year. MJ Thomas Jewelers, helping Stratford sparkle since 1976. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
Clear and cold this evening and overnight near 20. Cloudy on Saturday with a high near 40. Snow early Sunday through midday with a high near 30. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If it's Bridgeport, the Valley, or Fairfield County and affects your world, Paul is talking about it. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli, WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Hey, we're getting some great text messages here. We'll go to the phones, too, momentarily. I'll read you those texts. But I got to tell you something. When I do a topic like this, never fails. You folks out there, whether you talk or text here, 333-9422, some great observations, great perspectives here. We're talking about Connecticut's minimum wage, which because of a law that's tied to federal stats, is going to go up to roughly $17 an hour as we turn to 2026. $16.94 an hour. So if a person worked a full year, 2,080 hours, 40 hours a week, times 52 weeks, and if you got paid a couple of weeks for vacation, the minimum you could gross in Connecticut is a bit above $35,000, okay? About $35,300 or so, a little less. Now, you may say that's a good thing, and workers, advocates, and everything say, of course it's a good thing. My God, you would probably lose, I don't know how many thousands in taxes there, so could you live netting 25, 28 grand. Well, maybe if you were living in grandma's basement with no car payment and no credit card payments and no student loan payments, maybe. But my question is, and I've heard this argument for years from some economists who say that in some cases, not all, but in some cases, having a minimum wage actually lets some businesses off the hook. Primarily, as I mentioned, say you had a couple of restaurants or big box competitors, and one of those establishments says, hey, and we see this now, right? Amazon boasts about this. Walmart does, hey, we start people at $20-something an hour, whatever. We go above and beyond the minimum wage. So what about the competition? Do they say, well, I could do that, but screw that. They want more money. Let them go to Walmart or let them go to wherever. I pay the minimum in just that. I know it's kind of a complicated argument here, but interesting. And if you go online, if you do a search, there are countries who do not have minimum wages and have pretty high standards of living, and they let the wage scale kind of set itself. Would that work here? I don't know. Let's start it off today. Paul in Bethel is with us. Paul, good afternoon. How are you?
Good, Paulie. How are you?
I'm good, buddy. What do you got on this?
So I don't know if I mean, it's all a big wide open question, but the argument I hear is how are businesses going to be able to afford the higher minimum wage, but their competition has to do the same thing. So it's not like just their business has to do this.
Yeah.
So maybe they have to raise their prices, but so does everybody else. So I don't think that's really an argument as far as that goes. And then, the countries that don't have a minimum and would that work here? I don't know. I mean, I've seen a lot of people around here that are not employable, I would say. Their work ethic is terrible. If they're going to get $16 an hour, they'll get it theoretically for short term, and the employer will say, okay, forget this, except there's not a lot of people to hire out there, so they got to pay better money for inferior employees. There's a lot of arguments here.
Yeah, it is. There is. And Paul, thank you for the call. Yeah, this is why I do a show on this every year, or at least a couple of hours, because it is a fascinating topic. Should a government come in and say, now there's the federal minimum wage, which doesn't even matter anymore. What's the federal? I mean, by federal law, you've got to make, what is it, $8 or $9 an hour? Every state is above that. So when they say, how can the minimum wage only be $8 or $9 an hour? Well, technically it's not. I forget I'll look it up on the break, whatever the federal minimum wage. And again, you got to pay to get good employees too. Now you see, some fast food places are going all in with AI and kiosks. Some are trying it, some are not. Some did try it. Was it Burger King or McDonald's or somebody? They rolled out some AI-based ordering kiosks and didn't quite work out as well as they thought. Again, this is a fascinating subject. And again, there is the argument of, and again, this is just, I'm not saying I agree with this or not, but does paying in theory too much or too high of a wage for, say, a fast food restaurant, does that stifle a person's drive to say, hey, I like the people I'm working with here, seems to be a nice place, I don't want to do this. I got to get into college, or I'm going to go be an apprentice tradesman or tradeswoman. You know what I mean? And again, please, it's not to besmirch anybody who's going to give me my coffee or my burger or my roast beef sandwich. No, that's not the point here. But the point is there a point where, certain jobs can pay too much, if you know what I mean, and somebody gets comfortable there instead of years ago was like, I don't want to work here the rest of my life. I mean, I'm doing it to stay out of jail, but you know what I mean. Doug in Shelton. Hey, Doug, how are you, buddy? What's up?
I'm doing very well. I was a proponent of the minimum wage for many years. When I was a kid working at McDonald's back in the early 70s, the state of Connecticut paid 5 cents more than the federal minimum wage.
Wow.
Every time the federal went up,
how about
Connecticut
that?
went 5 cents higher.
And that was an extra $2 a week for a 40-hour week. Not too shabby.
Yeah, but generally people working to the minimum wage are not getting a full-time job. They're getting 20 hours a week.
Yep.
And, because no one wants to pay the health care benefits.
Exactly.
All right?
Exactly.
Yeah. But the federal minimum wage is $7.25 an hour.
I knew it was low. I knew it was low.
Yeah. And it's ridiculous because, it should be up at least $13, $14 an hour because nowhere can you survive, even as a single person, working the minimum wage and pay for, your rent,
Yeah.
just like you said, unless you're living in grandma's basement, you can't afford.
And even grandma's going to want to check every so often, right?
Yeah. Help with the rent.
That's right.
But
yeah,
my fear is that if we go into a recession, all of these jobs in Connecticut that are mandated to pay $16.94 an hour are going to go south, because in Georgia there is no state wage. They're still at the federal minimum. Now, no one is paying.
No, of course not.
That minimum wage because they couldn't get people to work for that.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
But these jobs here in Connecticut are going to go south if we go into a recession, and that's the fear when you don't have a federal minimum wage that is something close to what Connecticut.
Yeah, sure. I mean, and Doug, thank you for the call, my friend. I got to scoot. Thank you. Yeah, and you're right. The federal should be higher, and the reason it isn't is because they probably look around and say, well, what's the sense here? Because everybody pays more. I did not know there is no minimum in Georgia. I wonder what their average wage is. You know what? I'll find that out right now. Doug, thank you. We're back on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Heading northbound from the city to Milford, it's about 45 minutes on 95 or the Merritts. Sponsored by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Happy holidays from MJ Thomas Jewelers. Wishing everyone good health and happiness for the new year. MJ Thomas Jewelers, helping Stratford sparkle since 1976. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clear with a low near 20. Cloudy on Saturday with a high near 40. Sunday morning, snow clearing in the afternoon with a high near 30. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Plants can make a dramatic difference in the basic design of your interior decor, whether in an office, lobby, public area, or restaurant. And Greenleaf's Interior Landscaping is the area's foremost interior plantscaping expert, servicing customers throughout Connecticut and Westchester County for 30 years. After an initial no-cost consultation by their certified horticulturalist, Greenleaves will work with you to select lush green plants to complement the interior design and environment of your space. And there's a payment plan to suit all budgets, from small professional offices to public facilities to world corporate headquarters. After installing your plants, Greenleaves will schedule a maintenance program to keep your plants healthy. If necessary, plants will automatically be replaced. It's the Greenleaves Guarantee. For your no-obligation consultation, call 1-800-201-5892, 1-800-201-5892, or visit their website at greenleavesinterior.com.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
Yeah, thanks to our last caller. I did not realize that there is no set minimum wage in Georgia. So what I did is I asked our old friend, Mr. Artificial or Ms. Artificial Intelligence, and yeah, they said there is no set minimum in Georgia. Actually, there is one, but it's like $5 to $7, as our caller said, which is the federal minimum wage. So without a set minimum wage in Georgia, the living wage in Georgia, which is the one all the labor unions target and everything, they say should be about $23 an hour, which would be roughly, about $46,000 a year. So it says here now, for example, Georgia with no minimum wage. The average fast food wage in Georgia, I said, well, let me ask about that, is anywhere between $12 to $17 an hour. It's largely higher in metro areas like Atlanta, $16 or $17 an hour, which again shows you that in big city areas and in mechanized areas, it generally will find its own level. I mean, we're at 16 and change here in Connecticut. Expect entry-level roles to be closer to the minimum wage or slightly above. Experienced positions will pay more. So the general, and now remember, things in rural Georgia are going to be a lot cheaper than up here. But it says here, as of November of 2024, the general average was about $12 an hour. The Atlanta Metro was about $13 an hour. According to ZipRecruiter, we hear about that, $16 and change in the Augusta, Georgia region. The average McDonald's crew member in Georgia makes about $12 an hour. Now, again, I would gander tax-wise and deduction-wise, Georgia may be cheaper as well. So there you go. As Connecticut's minimum is going up.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
Is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Christopher Cruz in Washington. Some members of Congress are trying to find a way to keep health insurance premiums for more than 20 million people from more than doubling next month. Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
People are going to die, and I don't understand why they can't just extend these subsidies so that we can save people's lives while they figure out whatever their political food fight is.
CBS's Caitlin Huey-Burns.
The two sides are very much at odds, but what we are watching heading into next week is the Senate bills failed yesterday, but the House is supposed to take up legislation next week. They are saying that they're putting forward a package of bills related to the costs of health care. We don't yet know exactly what that looks like.
Some House Democrats today released 19 photos from the estate of Jeffrey Epstein showing him near Donald Trump, among others. CBS's Ed O'Keefe says the White House is not pleased.
This White House and Republicans writ large have accused the Democrats on the committee of cherry-picking pieces of evidence that have been shared by the Epstein Committee to embarrass the president or to keep this going for political reasons.
Republican Congressman Thomas Massie says the Justice Department has to release all of its Epstein files in a week.
It's a crime if they don't. It's not like they're in contempt of Congress because they didn't respond to a subpoena. This is a new law with criminal implications if they don't follow it.
A former Michigan football coach has been charged with stalking and home invasion.
I'm Peter King. Sharon Moore has been formally charged after appearing virtually in court. He's accused of repeatedly calling and texting a woman against her will, then going to her home. Prosecutors say he terrorized her and threatened to kill himself with kitchen scissors and butter knives. Moore's attorney says he's not a threat to anyone. The judge has granted his release on $25,000 bond. He'll have to wear a GPS device, stay in Michigan, and stay away from the woman he's accused of stalking. Peter King, CBS News.
In Washington state, more than a dozen rivers have overflowed their banks. CBS's Carter Evans is in Mount Vernon, due north of Seattle.
Even though most of the rivers have already crested, it's going to be till tomorrow at least before they recede below flood levels.
Preservationists have sued President Trump over his ballroom project. Here's CBS's Linda Kenyon.
The first major lawsuit has been filed by the National Trust for Historic Preservation. It names President Trump and others, including Interior Secretary Doug Burgum. The lawsuit argues the administration failed to undergo legally required reviews or receive congressional authorization for the project. The president had said the ballroom would be near but not touching the White House structure, then later demolished the entire East Wing.
On Wall Street, less than an hour before the close of the trading week, the Dow is down almost 0.5%. This is CBS News.
Brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Not only does Progressive let you bundle your insurance, they also give you round-the-clock protection. Quote today at Progressive.com.
A KFC tale in the pursuit of flavor. The holidays were tricky for the Colonel. He loved people, but he also loved peace and quiet. So he cooked up KFC's $4.99 chicken pot pie. Warm, flaky, with savory sauce and vegetables. It's a tender chicken-filled excuse to get some time to yourself and step away from decking the halls, whatever that means. The Colonel lived so we could chicken. KFC's Chicken Pot Pie. The best $4.99 you'll spend this season.
Prices and participation may vary while supplies last. Taxes, tips, and fees extra.
Selling your home, it's one of the biggest financial decisions you'll ever make. You could go it alone, trying to navigate market trends, determine fair pricing, and tackle tricky negotiations on your own. You could second-guess every decision, wondering if you're doing it right. Then there's the showings, the offers, and the mountain of paperwork. Or you could work with the expertise of a Realtor, here to guide and help protect as you make your next big move. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A Ridgefield woman who was accused of poisoning a man is now facing new charges. 33-year-old Kristen Hogan was charged with 2 counts of attempted murder and 1 count of interference with an officer after she admitted to pouring an ingredient in antifreeze into bottles of wine and iced tea. She now faces charges, including 1 count of tampering with evidence and 3 counts of perjury in connection with a custody battle over her children. Winds should be calmer today after strong gusts blew through parts of the state. The National Weather Service reports the strongest wind gust Thursday was in New Haven County. Bethany reported a wind gust of 49 miles per hour. Gusts of 43 miles per hour were reported at Bridgeport Airport in Fairfield County and at Groton Airport in New London County. Today, the National Weather Service has predicted winds between 9 and 14 miles per hour. The 26 children and adults killed in the Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting in Connecticut are being remembered on the tragedy's anniversary this weekend. Governor Ned Lamont directed flags lowered to half-staff from sunrise to sunset on Sunday to honor those killed December 14, 2012 in Newtown. Connecticut congressional members joined survivors on Capitol Hill Thursday to again call for federal gun safety measures. And Connecticut is taking a step to address the nursing shortage. Governor Ned Lamont announced Thursday Connecticut is now part of the multi-state licensure compact. It allows nurses to get 1 multi-state license that allows them to practice in Connecticut and over 40 other states and territories. Lamont says this gives Connecticut nurses the flexibility to practice around the country, but it also qualified nurses from other states to practice here more easily.
You're in Bacchus and you're short. You need somebody on a part-time basis, maybe somebody from Rhode Island can come in and help out, or vice versa. And I think it just makes an awful lot of sense when you want to make sure we have the attention and care and love that we need.
To apply for a multi-state license, visit elicense.ct.gov. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Heading northbound from the city to Milford, traffic remains pretty light on 95 or the Merritt. It's going to take you about 50 minutes. No incidents reported. Sponsored by Columbia Dental in Norwalk. Conveniently open to fit your schedule. Cleanings, implants, even oral surgery. All in one place. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
Clear and cold this evening and overnight near 20. Cloudy on Saturday with a high near 40. Snow early Sunday through midday with a high near 30. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, truly fantabulous that you are with us today. Hour number 2 of our 4-hour get-together, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. You may have seen the story today, and this happens every year at this time, heading into the new year, and it's designed to go up, it being the Connecticut minimum wage. It's going up starting January 1 of 2026, just a few weeks away, to $16.94, all tied into cost of living, BLS, Bureau of Labor Statistics. Now, again, 800 years ago when I started working, we see this story and we all think, God, what was it when I started? I being me, or you guys and gals out there. For me, it was 1977. I was 16 years old. I got paid $2.65 to work a few months in the summer. So big man I was. Hey, listen. At 16, you run the math and you're like, wow, that's going to be $106. But yes, welcome to the working world, Paul, where you weren't getting paid $5 or $10 or $20 on a Saturday from your dad and your uncle in the store. So that $106, I think, ended up being about 80-something or 90-something, whatever. So my $2.65 minimum wage from 1977 would translate, according to a calculator I found online, at about $13.40 an hour, which ain't too shabby today, again, for a minimum wage job. And again, not to, poo-poo people who make a minimum wage. That's not what we're doing here. But look, we all understand, by and large, what minimum wage jobs are. And no doubt there are some very hardworking folks who work minimum wage jobs because, hey, it's what they want. It's the only thing they can get. However, in an atmosphere where we always talk about how expensive Connecticut is to live in and how expensive Connecticut is to run a business, the state now, once they go to $16.94 an hour, is going to be number 2 in the U.S. in minimum wage. Next to Washington, D.C., the district pays $17.95 an hour. Now, again, you say, well, that's good. It's more money in people's pockets, and they can put it back into the system. Well, okay. Then again, the other night I was in line at where was I? Fast food, McDonald's, I think I was. I just wanted to grab a cup of coffee or something quick. I was a little hungry. So, you're sitting there and you're waiting, and I noticed in front of me was a family of 4, I think, 2 kids in the back, mom and dad, or dad and a friend, or mom and a friend up front. And you could have, okay, what would you like? Well, I like that. So, their order was still on the screen when I rolled up, and I looked and I said, wow, 2 adults, 2 kids. The order didn't sound, uber complicated. And it was like $48 or $50. And I'm like, wow. And again, maybe they were hungry. I understand it, but, if 10 or 20 years ago somebody said, hey, I spend $50 or $55 or $60 at whatever, not to poo-poo or pillory any of the fast food places. Burger King, Wendy's, Arby's, McDonald's, anybody, Taco Bell, $50. So how much of that is the increase in the minimum wage? See, I find this fascinating because it's such a double-edged sword here. Somebody writes, let's see, back in 1984, this person writes me at 333-9422, text number, same as the talk number. I started a job at Bridgeport Bank making $4.77 an hour, which was considered a pretty good starting rate. Now, again, that's in 1984. The minimum in 1984, this person adds, was $3.37 an hour. Wow. And 1984, it's weird because we're talking, $3.37 an hour, and juxtaposing that to, $17 an hour here. Now, the difference between 3 and change and 17 seems, catastrophic. It seems, cavernous. Maybe that's the word I'm looking for. It seems cavernous versus you think, well, okay, 2025 versus 1984. It doesn't seem like it's 41 years. It is when you think about it, but we just, for some reason, we splice and dice money so much more than years. Hi, Paul. Love the show. Yes, Connecticut is very expensive. $17 an hour for a fast food employee seems high. So does that mean we pay a zero experienced tradesman $27 an hour? That coupled with Connecticut's payroll taxes, paid leave, good luck running that small company. Also competition, null and void. So again, a lot of times, and the point of our discussion here and the point the business owners make is, you can, and I say this all the time, go ahead and raise the minimum wage as high as you want. But invariably, something has to happen because or at the hands of the employer. Now, some employers probably will say, well, okay, I can make the company, the franchisee, maybe, I will, or the small mom and pop restaurant, the Greasy Spoon, whatever, I will make less money because I don't want to raise my prices. Or that business owner, let's take a food person, they would say, well, okay, if I have to pay another 50 cents or $1 every year, and my counter staff and my cook staff is not one person but 7 or 8 people, then I'm going to run the numbers, and guess what? I'm going to get rid of one position. Or I'm going to keep everybody, but everybody's going to be here, 5 hours less a week. So some businesses do that, and then others say, well, no, I want to make the same amount of money. No, I don't want to cut anybody off my staff, so instead, I'm going to raise prices and see what happens.
You're not always near your radio, but you still want to stay informed on Fairfield County matters. There are lots of ways to enjoy WICC beyond your radio at 695.9. Stream us free at work on voiceofct.com or on your smartphone by downloading our app. And now it's easier than ever to listen on your smart speaker when you say, play WICC. The voice of Connecticut is always live, local, and free, wherever you are.
Town Fair Tire sells Continental winter tires for the guaranteed lowest price because we stock more Continental tires than any other tire dealer. So we buy for less and we sell Continental winter tires for less. Plus, you always get more from Town Fair. Yes, more free services than any other tire dealer. Now with over 120 locations and still growing. Nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal. I mean, nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Did you know tens of thousands of mothers, fathers, children, and seniors right here in Southern Connecticut face food insecurity? Moms going without so they can feed their children? That's why the Bridgeport Rescue Mission is relaunching their mobile kitchen so they can deliver fresh hot meals directly into our streets and communities that need it most. Please help the relaunch of the Bridgeport Rescue Mission's mobile kitchens. Give today to bridgeportrescuemission.org because no child, no senior, no human should ever go hungry. At Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull, we understand that planning for life's milestones is important. But what about planning for your funeral? While it may be difficult to consider, pre-planning can ease the burden on your loved ones during a challenging time. By planning now, you can ensure that your wishes are honored without leaving emotional or financial strain on your family. Visit abriola.com to learn more about our compassionate pre-planning services. Plan today for peace of mind tomorrow.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center and Florist in Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune into That Garden Guy Sunday mornings at 8 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastime. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, That Garden Guy, Sunday mornings at 8 on WICC 695.9.
Man, I love my kids so much. I once sat for 3 hours in the cold rain to watch her soccer team lose by 18 goals.
I love my kids so much, I once used a tube to suck snot out of her stuffed nose at 3 a.m.
You win.
Love your kids? Love them enough to make sure they're in the right car seat. From toddlers to tweens, visit nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat to find the right seat for their age and size. Keep them safe. Visit nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Progressive knows road trips without your pet can be tough.
Hi, this is Next Stop Dog Boarding.
Hi, it's Scott again. How's Squeaks doing? You can tell if he's stressed by his eyebrows. Oh, and his breathing should sound like this.
Scott, Squeaks is exactly the same as last time you called.
Okay, let's talk in 20 to see if anything's changed.
With Progressive, your pet is covered up to $1,000 in vet bills in case of a car accident. So next time, you can take your pet with you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Coverage for dogs and cats is included with the purchase of collision coverage and subject to policy terms.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Heading northbound from the city to Milford, traffic remains pretty light on 95 or the Merritt. It's going to take you about 50 minutes. No incidents reported. Sponsored by Columbia Dental in Norwalk. Conveniently open to fit your schedule. Cleanings, implants, even oral surgery. All in one place. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clear with a low near 20. Cloudy on Saturday with a high near 40. Sunday morning snow clearing in the afternoon with a high near 30. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Got something to say? Give Paul a call. 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9. The voice of Connecticut.
All right, we're talking minimum wage. Yeah, when I started back in 1977, 16 years ago, it was for a summer job, 2 or 3 months is what it lasted. There was a project that it was a print shop. And I sat there and fed the machine for 8 hours a day. But you know what? I was making money, $265 an hour, $106 a week gross. Oh, man. And when I didn't even get paid in a check. Now, it was above board because I had the little, remember the little cash envelopes they used to give with the money and the change in there? And then on the top was 40 hours times 265 equals minus federal withholding tax, minus Social Security tax. We didn't have any of this other stuff back then. So I looked at it and said, well, okay, this is how that tax thing works. And my mother used to be a bookkeeper years ago, so she explained it to me. I said, all right, there you go. So now the state's minimum is going up to $16.94 an hour, coming up this January 1st. And again, if that's the only job a person can get and they need the money, that's great. $17 an hour. But if you're a business owner, see, this is the great conundrum here. If you're a business owner, that's the state telling you no, even though you have happy employees who may be happy with what you're paying, you have to make sure you pay them more if you are only paying them the minimum. And again, I would hate to be, and I know people, you have people that poo-poo business owners, but I'm sure that there are some business owners who only pay minimum for whatever reason, because maybe it means that they want to keep X amount of people on their payroll. And, whether it's 3 people at 40 hours a week, whether it's 6 people at 20 hours a week, whether it's 12 people at 10 hours a week, you see what I'm saying here. But should we even have a minimum wage? I guess you have to, because there are probably a lot of rotten bosses out there maybe, and I guess it in some ways supports the wage foundation or the wage structure, but can it hurt? You tell me. Joseph in Fairfield. Joe, how are you today? What's up?
Good. Hello, Paul.
Hey, Joe.
Let me tell you, 1966.
Yeah.
One of my first jobs I was in high school.
Yeah.
Working in a supermarket, dancing creams in the Bronx.
Yeah.
That was minimum wage was $1.25.
I was going to say I was going to say it had to be $1 and change. That's what I was guessing.
$1.25. Now, if we look at the price of gold, it was $35 an ounce at that time.
Yeah.
And today it's $4,300. That's 120 times
I know
what it was. So if we compared that to then the minimum wage should be $150 an hour.
Hey,
now,
Joe,
nobody can afford that.
Hey, Joe, if only you would pool that money and bought some gold back then, boy, you would have been smiling now.
Absolutely. So the minimum. Also, the fact is, I'm an immigrant. Came over in the 50s. My parents and naturalized. They were exploiting illegal citizens for many years. That was a problem, too. And as we're sending them back, as the country's sending them back, maybe that's another reason there's going to be difficulties in what wages will be. Because they really were exploiting the illegals and paying them below minimum wage.
Yeah.
And that's not good either. Not everybody, but some people were doing that. I'm
and
sure.
Of course, Joe, you don't think that's going on right now? Of course it is.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Off the books. Absolutely. So if you were saying about going into fast food and charging $50.
Well, I saw the person in front of me. Sometimes the order is still up on the board, and I looked up there and I said $55. I'm like, wow.
Well, Paul. Yeah, Paul, I really don't see that a problem. In fact, maybe should be $200. Maybe we got spoiled. When I make the comparison with gold going up that much. Maybe we got spoiled with fast food.
Yeah.
Maybe it was too cheap. Maybe we should go back to good food.
And let me ask you something before we wrap up here. Boy, now I'll bet you when you were in high school. Now you tell me if I'm wrong. That I don't know whether you got paid by check or the cash envelope, but those first couple of weeks you were like, "Hey, I got it made, right? Look at all this money I have, right?"
Yeah, absolutely. But the one other quick point: if they're going to 17 and 94, there are no more pennies. Why are they going to 94? Make it to 95.
Oh, that's a good point. That's a good.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah,
the pennies are being they're stopping those. And in fact, if you have a penny older than an 82, in terms of the amount of copper, it's worth over 3 pennies each. So
really,
you save the copper.
Absolutely, Joe. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate it. Good stuff there. Thank you, Joe. Appreciate it. Well, what did he say? $1 and change, $1.25 an hour. But again, everything's relative. What did a loaf of bread cost in the? What did Joe say? Early mid '60s. He said, "Come on, you go online and look at And look, I'm old enough to remember if you spent, and I'm not just picking on Stop and Shop, but anybody, Stop and Shop, Big Y, Aldi. I mean, back then, how much you spend at Stop and Shop? $30, $30. Now, I had a guy, this is one of the weirdest things. This happened during COVID because it was allowed. I look at it and laugh. But this happened during COVID. I'm going into a local Stop and Shop, and a guy's coming out, so I move over to let him go by. And he stops pushing the carriage, and he looks at me, and his eyes are like popping out of his head. And I'm like, does this guy know? I'm like, oh, no. Is this somebody I should know, and I forgot their name? I say, hey, how you doing? He goes, look at this. I said, what? He points down to his carriage. I said, yeah. He goes, $200. I just spent $200. $200. I said, okay. It's a little rough, ain't it? And I just walked past him and walked in the Stop and Shop and went, oh, boy. All right, let's roll it along. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Heading northbound from the city to Milford, traffic remains pretty light on 95 or the Merritt. It's going to take you about 50 minutes. No incidents reported. Sponsored by Columbia Dental in Norwalk. Conveniently open to fit your schedule. Cleanings, implants, even oral surgery. All in one place. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
Clear and cold this evening and overnight near 20. Cloudy on Saturday with a high near 40. Snow early Sunday through midday with a high near 30. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Sometimes the most important personal breakthroughs are made possible by medical ones. And that's why Smilo Cancer Hospital delivers the pioneering research of Yale Cancer Center, like targeted therapies based on your genetic makeup and groundbreaking clinical trials that offer hope when you need it most. All delivered by a multidisciplinary team dedicated to you and your specific type of cancer. Smilo Cancer Hospital and Yale Cancer Center. We're powering breakthroughs with the greatest of care.
Imagine talking to thousands of local consumers about your business. You will with your ads on the Voice of Connecticut.
It all comes up to your sales rep. Here, Maria, my sales rep, try to understand my business, customize my need, and that make it different than any other experience that I have.
Real stories, real results. It's why advertising on the Voice of Connecticut works. Learn more. Email sales@voiceofct.com.
Visit Boot Barn today to save on top quality Christmas gifts. We're offering holiday specials right now where you can get $50 off all men's exotic boots, $40 off select women's boots, and 25% off flannels, sweatshirts, and select outerwear for men and women. We're also offering savings on select jeans, workwear, and kids' clothing. Visit us this week and save on top quality Christmas gifts. Boot Barn. Unwrap the West.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage, no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/beat. That's ethos.com/beat.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Did you know tens of thousands of mothers, fathers, children, and seniors right here in Southern Connecticut face food insecurity? Moms going without so they can feed their children? That's why the Bridgeport Rescue Mission is relaunching their mobile kitchen so they can deliver fresh hot meals directly into our streets and communities that need it most. Please help the relaunch of the Bridgeport Rescue Mission's mobile kitchens. Give today to bridgeportrescuemission.org. Because no child, no senior, no human should ever go hungry.
Need metal? Metal Supermarkets, the world's largest small quantity metal supplier, is open in Bridgeport. The metal you need, cut to size and ready fast. Call or visit at 1085 Connecticut Avenue and ask about the other metal services we provide.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Fired University of Michigan football coach Sharon Moore was arraigned on felony charges today. CBS's Reed Cowan.
We got a better idea of the charges he's facing. Felony home invasion, misdemeanor stalking, misdemeanor breaking and entering.
Moore was granted bond. Republican Congressman Thomas Massey says more Epstein files are coming.
You've got 3 grand juries that are going to release all their materials, redacted with the victims' names, to the DOJ.
Democrats on the House Oversight Committee today released 19 photos from Epstein's estate showing the convicted sex offender near President Trump and former President Clinton. As many as 100,000 people may have to leave their homes in western Washington state because of flooding. CBS's Carter Evans is there.
We know they are helping people out of their homes so they don't have to walk through the floodwaters. And we know that people definitely have water inside some of their homes, but these are people in very low-lying areas.
CBS News Brief. I'm Christopher Cruz.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The Bridgeport City Council will be meeting this coming Monday, where it is expected that they will elect a new council president. The previous council meeting controversially ended before a president could be elected due to 2 no votes that denied any candidate the ability to collect the required 11 votes. However, Councilman Galen Murray, who cast one of the 2 no votes, says that electing a president will be the top priority this coming Monday.
The one thing that I can share internally is that everybody just wants to get their committees and get into the meat of the work.
A third person has now pleaded guilty related to absentee ballot fraud charges in the last 2 Bridgeport mayoral primaries. Sylvia Ramos pleaded guilty Thursday to misrepresenting eligibility requirements for voting by absentee ballot, restricted possession of an absentee ballot, and fraudulent voting. She will not receive jail time if she complies with the conditions of her release. 2 other people involved in the scandal, Josephine Edmonds and Nilsa Heredia, have also pleaded guilty. Additional details are being revealed about Connecticut's first confirmed measles case in more than 4 years. Officials say that the case involves an unvaccinated child under the age of 10 from Fairfield County. The Trumbull Health Department says that the child lives in Trumbull and attends Christian Heritage School. Health officials are working with the school to make sure all precautions are being taken. Low-income residents can expect help from the state to deal with rising health care premiums. Governor Ned Lamont announced his funding plan Thursday as Affordable Care Act subsidies are set to expire at the end of the year.
I can pretty well assure you that there'll be very little change in what you have to pay out of pocket.
The governor's plan would ensure that people making less than $62,000 a year and getting their insurance from the Connecticut marketplace would see little to no change to their premiums. The same would apply to families making less than $128,000 a year. Senator Richard Blumenthal says a recent vote will have devastating consequences for millions of families. Senator Blumenthal released a statement Thursday after a measure to extend Obamacare subsidies failed to pass. Blumenthal says people die when they can't afford health insurance, And it's just wrong to force Americans already struggling with rising costs to bear the financial burden of skyrocketing premiums.
The ACA isn't perfect. We need to lower the costs of health care generally. But the fact of the matter is the consequences of failing to extend these tax credits will be devastating.
He also blames Republicans for not working with Democrats on broader health care reforms. Blumenthal adds Republicans will be held accountable. The estate of an 83-year-old Greenwich woman who was killed by her own son this past summer is now suing Microsoft and OpenAI, claiming that ChatGPT intensified her son's paranoid delusions, leading to her murder. The victim's son, Stein Eric Sahlberg, documented his increasingly disturbing conversations with the chatbot on his YouTube page, and the lawsuit is alleging that these interactions led to him strangling his own mother before taking his own life. AI chatbots have been the subject of lawsuits like these multiple times over the past several years. Former Fairfield Police Chief Gary McNamara spoke about the widespread nature of the problem.
We've seen that where chatbots kind of turn on the individuals that they're seeking information from and start to take them down a dark path of suicidal ideation.
WFSB Channel 3 spoke with Quinnipiac University law professor Wayne Unger about how the very nature of these technologies creates an environment where users can grow reliant on them.
Engagement drives revenue for them. And so if they are trained to keep you engaged, they are trained to keep you in the conversation, emotionally invested in the conversation.
Senator Chris Murphy is again backing a bill designed to help breast cancer patients. The Democratic senator and his Republican colleague, Lisa Murkowski, reintroduced the Metastatic Breast Cancer Access to Care Act Thursday. It would waive waiting periods for Social Security disability insurance and Medicare benefits for those with metastatic breast cancer. Murphy says patients diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer shouldn't have to wait months or even years to get the support they need to fight this horrible disease. And there is snow in the weekend forecast for Connecticut. A storm passing offshore to the south could bring 1 to 2 inches of accumulation. Up to 3 inches is possible in some areas. Snowfall is expected to overspread the state late tomorrow night or very early Sunday morning. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Heading northbound from the city to Milford, traffic remains pretty light on 95 or the Merritt. It's going to take you about 50 minutes. No incidents reported. Sponsored by Columbia Dental in Norwalk. Conveniently open to fit your schedule. Cleanings, implants, even oral surgery. All in one place. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clear with a low near 20. Cloudy on Saturday with a high near 40. Sunday morning, snow clearing in the afternoon with a high near 30. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Norwalk is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Are you looking for a loyal friend, a cuddle buddy, or just some unconditional love? Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff, and the perfect companion is waiting for you at the Connecticut Humane Society. From playful pups to cuddly cats, these furry friends are ready for their forever home, and that home could be yours. By adopting, you're giving an animal a second chance and gaining a best friend for life. Visit cthumane.org to adopt and volunteer or to donate to help care for pets still waiting. Adopt love, support hope, choose the Connecticut Humane Society.
All right, thank you, Melissa. We'll do that at 3:38:22 before 4, 203-333, 9422-333 WICC. All right, I find this fascinating. This whole Venezuela thing with the seized tanker and the U.S. Marines and the Navy commandeering this tanker a few days ago. still not maybe getting a straight story on this. Let's go to one of our go-to people in D.C. that may help us out on this. CBS News Washington reporter Willie James Inman joins us. Willie, good afternoon. Willie, can you make this make any sense? Is the White House still being kind of circumspect here as to what the goal is here for Venezuela or not? What are they telling you folks?
Hey, well, the president really hasn't laid out a clearly defined goal, and public polling will support that because Americans believe that the president really hasn't laid out what the priority is in terms of what he wants to do in Venezuela. And when we've asked, so I'm talking about other reporters, when he's been pressed about details as to if he wants regime change or if land strikes will indeed happen, the president often demurs. Now, this seizure of the oil tanker that happened just days ago is quite different from the drug interdiction program with the strikes on alleged drug boats. Those are two different things.
Yeah.
But the White House is defending the seizure, essentially saying that this was a sanctioned vessel that was participating in black market sales of oil to sanctioned parties, in this case, the Iranian regime. So clearly, the White House wants to put pressure on Nicolas Maduro, the leader of Venezuela, and put pressure in large part by hitting him where it hurts in terms of taking that oil off the marketplace for Maduro to be able to profit from it.
And Willie, so maybe from what you can understand there, and the other folks in the Daily Press Corps, they may be just kind of releasing this info, maybe in drips and drops out there to not really show their entire hand here. You think that's a possibility here?
Well, two things are clear. One is the White House wants to put pressure on Maduro, in large part because the president and other U.S. officials believe that he's essentially behind the killing of Americans for illicit drug sales and those drugs that make it to our shores. And the other part of this is the things that we can see, the buildup of military forces in the Caribbean, the operation that we saw, and that information was released to us publicly. So we can see all of those things. But lawmakers, reporters included, certainly have questions in terms of what is the intent here. There's some concern on Capitol Hill that the president is slow-walking the U.S. into a war, into an armed conflict with Venezuela. Now, the president hasn't ruled out land strikes on those alleged drug cartels or whatever they are in Venezuela, but there's certainly a lot of questions about the intent of these actions in Venezuela and against Venezuela with that seizure of this vessel included, but really not a lot of clear answers necessarily coming from this White House.
CBS News reporter Willie James Inman. Willie, thank you. We appreciate it. Thanks for the time and have a safe weekend. We appreciate it, sir. Thank you.
All right. You too. Thank you.
All right. There you go. Willie James Inman. So, and we heard this from the White House, too, and Linda Kenyon told us this earlier today with our CBS people embedded there at the White House, saying, hey, this has to do with also sanctions on the sale of Venezuelan oil to and from Venezuela. So now the picture might be coming into a little clearer focus. Not only is it the destroying and the blowing up of these alleged drug boats in the Eastern Pacific and the Caribbean, there could be some funny business going on with some of this Venezuelan oil and the oil on that tanker and stuff that I guess should not be moving into and out of Venezuela. And I would bet you that if you polled Americans on this, they'd be okay with it. All right, a lot more coming up as we continue right here. Got a few more texts on this minimum wage subject. We'll get back to those and more. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC.
It's why Access Health CT is here to connect you to health and dental coverage, to offer you free expert help, to maximize financial assistance, to help you discover the peace of mind of having health and dental coverage. Enroll today at accesshealthct.com.
The rave reviews for Fairfield Motorworks say it all. Ron in Fairfield bought his Mercedes and says, love this place. I've finally found a mechanic I can trust. Diane in Shelton had her Nissan serviced and said, says this shop is the best. They go above and beyond for the mechanics you can trust. Bring your car to Fairfield Motorworks. 203-333-1800. Fairfield Motorworks in Fairfield off exit 25. They keep you going. Fairfield Motorworks. 203-333-1800.
Get ready to tackle your hunger with Duchess Restaurants, where fresh food meets football. Catch the NFL games of the week every Sunday on the Voice of Connecticut. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast, because even your appetite deserves a touchdown.
The holidays are a time of traditions, like making your great-grandmother's secret pudding recipe, or watching that favorite movie you've seen 1,000 times. These moments keep us connected to family, to memories, to meaning. They remind us where we come from and what matters most. And for some, it's a good time to create new traditions. Incorporating therapy into your new or existing traditions can help ensure you take time for yourself during what can be a joyful but sometimes hectic or lonely time of year. And by caring for yourself, you can show up more fully in the moments that matter. Maybe you'll find a new hot chocolate recipe to make with the kids, or reserve every Saturday night for you, your book, and some quiet. Close the year with clarity rather than chaos. This December, start a new tradition by taking care of you. Just call pound 250 and say the keyword ABC Radio. That's keyword ABC Radio after calling pound 250.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Heading northbound from the state line to Milford, 95 is your best bet. It's going to take you a little over an hour slowing up once you pass Norwalk. No incidents reported. Sponsored by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now is the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 Monroe. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
Clear and cold this evening and overnight near 20. Cloudy on Saturday with a high near 40. Snow early Sunday through midday with a high near 30. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Live and local talk for the end of the workday. You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. Live on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
All right, people, relax. It's only a little snow. You heard Paul Piorek there say early Sunday morning to midday Sunday. There's no reason to go to your local store and buy 7 jars of peanut butter, 4 dozen eggs, and 3 loaves of bread. Stay in bed late on Sunday morning, get up, stretch, look at the flakes coming down, watch football. By the time the first game is over, the 1 o'clock games are over, you're probably okay to go out at 4 o'clock. So just let's not go nuts here. And if you are driving, don't act like you've never driven on snow before. Please, will you do that for me? Thank you. I appreciate it. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Minimum wage. Got another text here on the minimum wage. No minimum wage laws for me. This person said it teaches the wrong message. If you need more money, you don't just go to the boss. Don't change to a better or harder job. Don't go to school. We learn to go to government to get a raise. Politicians always say yes to a raise. It's not their money, and they get credit for your boss writing bigger checks. Economics be damned. You know, that is one thing that does bother me to a point. Now, I understand that there are a lot of politicians from, your local board of alders or your city or town council or your, representative town meeting who are business owners. And there are people in the Capitol here in Hartford and other capitals who are business owners. And there are people in the House and Senate. But man, oh man, sometimes you get these people who have never run a thing a day in their lives. Especially of the, the Democratic Socialist variety, Messrs. Mamdani, Bernie Sanders, AOC, pay people more. When was the last time you had to meet a payroll? Honestly, When was the last time you had to make sure that, you had workers' comp coverage and unemployment coverage covered and health insurance covered? Now, again, I will readily listen to and engage with a politician who at one time ran a small business, even if they had an office staff as a doctor or a lawyer. But some of these people, especially people who've never had a real job in their lives, Bernie, Zoran, Alexandria, you know what I mean? Paul in Orange is here. Hey, Paul, how are you? What's up?
Thanks for taking my call, Paul.
Yes, sir.
Paul, I know a great way to grow the economy, and
How's
that's
that?
to make labor more expensive. Let's make labor more expensive. That's going to really increase the demand for labor. No, it's going to decrease the demand for labor, right? That's what supply and demand is. That's what the demand curve is. So we're going to increase the economy by making labor more expensive, especially for small businesses who are barely making it to begin with.
And Paul, thank you, Paul. Appreciate it. And my question is, and again, I don't want to come over as some sort of jerk, even though most people think I am. I'm all for people making more money, but everything has to have a limit, doesn't it? I mean, God willing, if we're still here 5 or 10 years from now on this show, what's the minimum going to be then? $20? $22? $25? Well, it should be. Didn't somebody, I don't know, was it somebody in New York? Or there's some organization around the country, some sort of national minimum wage organization around the country that said, to be fair, the minimum wage should be $30 an hour. $30 an hour. How's that going to work out on the economy? Now, I guess you can have $30 an hour if you want, AI-driven automation. See, that's what it's eventually going to come down to. Right now you have some of these places, especially fast food places, who have experimented with AI kiosks, and you read, they talk about the customer experience. And granted, there are a lot of people who would still rather speak to and be greeted by a living, breathing human being, even if it's at the drive-up. But how far away are we from, you saw this in all the Star Trek series. You saw it on the Jetsons, right? On Star Trek, it was the what do they call it on this? I had it on the tip of my tongue now. The food replicator, I think it was on all the Star Trek series, and you remember that, right? Patrick Stewart is Captain Picard. Remember that? Whenever there was a key moment in the show, what would happen? He would turn, walk over, and say, "Tea, Earl Grey, black," and and here it was. That's what's going to happen if minimum wages keep going up beyond anything is reasonable, right? The Jetsons. What do the Jetsons have? Remember what the Jetsons had? They had the food aracasackle. That's how much of the Jetsons I watched as a kid. Hey, Dad, are we really going to get a flying car? No, it's a cartoon. Mom, what did Dad say? No, it's a cartoon. But yeah, you had the food replicator on Star Trek, and you had the food aracasackle, if I believe, And that's how the robot made dinner and breakfast and lunch for the Jetsons. Jane, stop this crazy thing. So are we heading toward eventually? Now, look, there are even the busiest fast food places are going to have some people there. I guess somebody was experimenting a couple of months ago with a skeleton crew of just 2 or 3 people that would, make sure that there are meat patties in the meat patty place and chicken patties in the chicken patty place and frozen French fries where you're supposed to stick the frozen French fries into whatever brand fry-later they have. But are you going to have a scenario in the near future where people are going to say, all right, if it saves me money, I don't need to talk to a real person. I don't know. You tell me. Number 2 in the U.S. is Connecticut's minimum wage. That's where it's heading starting at the beginning of the year. The top minimum is $17.95 an hour. In the District of Columbia, the nation's capital, D.C., $17.95 an hour. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Check traffic and weather together. We'll come back, wrap it up, and do we have stuff coming up in hours number 2? And check that 3 and 4 straight ahead right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Heading northbound from the state line to Milford, 95 is your best bet. It's going to take you a little over an hour slowing up once you pass Norwalk. No incidents reported. Sponsored by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now is the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 Monroe. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clear with a low near 20. Cloudy on Saturday with a high near 40. Sunday morning, snow clearing in the afternoon with a high near 30. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hello, my name is Bob Cinto, and I would like to rent you office space. The reason we've done so well is that we put our tenants in front of everything else we do. Your growth is my growth. Your success is my success. And I would love to show you some beautiful properties if you should need space. Thank you.
Start online, SCINTO.com.
This is the sound of captivity. This is the sound of rescue. And this is the sound of freedom. Give Armenia's captive bears a second chance by supporting International Animal Rescue. Call 508-826-1083 or search The Great Bear Rescue to learn more.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
And our collective idiocy when it comes to vaccinations is now reaching, again, new heights. Now, I'm not a doctor. I don't play one on TV. I don't play one on the radio. You know, you do what I do. I've discussed a number of things with my doctor. She has said, yeah, I would do that if I were you, or no, I wouldn't do that. That's not necessary for a guy in your relative good health, knock on wood, or age. So don't take anything I say to anything close to face value here. I'm just talking about what's in the news here. But can someone explain to me the fascination that some people, I guess, have with getting measles? Now, I'm trying to figure this out. We have this one case now in Connecticut here. It was an unvaccinated young person under 10. Now we have this. And I guess I don't get it. I guess not getting vaccinated is some sort of badge of honor. I don't quite understand that. South Carolina is facing a major measles outbreak resulting in the quarantine of hundreds of residents. Who heard of people getting measles up till a couple of years ago? But everybody got spooked by COVID, and now with some people, every vaccination, every inoculation, not going to do it. The South Carolina Department of Public Health reported in a media briefing this week on Wednesday that the current number of measles outbreaks has reached 111 in Spartanburg County. The first measles outbreak in the upstate region came out on October 2nd. You know how bad measles can be? The health department confirmed 254 people are currently in quarantine, 16 in isolation to prevent further spread. This is nuts. Public exposure was identified at the Inman Intermediate School with 43 students in quarantine. 8 other immediate middle schools in the area were also reportedly undergoing quarantine. The Department of Public Health there said multiple students have had to quarantine twice due to exposure. Of the 111 confirmed cases, 105 were unvaccinated. Some cases are connected to travel exposure. Others are from an unknown source. Look, I understand that we may not have been told the whole deal with COVID-19 and the mRNA and all that, and the jury's still out on that. But measles? Measles. What's next? Hey, let's bring back some chicken pox. Honey, yes, what's for dinner tonight? How about some diphtheria? Oh, can you have it with a side dish of tetanus, too? My God, people. Get your shots. Oh, my God.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Steel.
I'm Christopher Cruz. In Britain moments ago,
early diagnosis quite simply saves lives.
King Charles said since his cancer was caught early and he's followed his doctor's orders, he'll be able to cut back on his treatments next year.
My own schedule of cancer treatment can be reduced in the new year. This milestone is both a personal blessing and a testimony to the remarkable advances that have been made in cancer care in recent years.
Charles was diagnosed in January 2024, but hasn't disclosed the kind of cancer he's being treated for. Health insurance premiums for Americans with Obamacare policies could more than double in about 2 weeks. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries says blame Republicans for that.
There are only 5 legislative days left before the Affordable Care Act tax credits expire. And we have yet to see a Republican plan to prevent tens of millions of Americans from experiencing dramatically increased premiums, copays, and deductibles.
It's been a mild flu season, says CBS's Jim Crisula.
Seasonal flu activity is high in just 4 states, Colorado, Louisiana, New Jersey, and New York, with cases minimal or low in most others, according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. So far, the annual cold weather waves of COVID-19 and RSV seem to be relatively mild, according to the CDC.
Illinois has become the 12th state to allow terminally ill people to end their lives with prescription medication.
Governor J.B. Pritzker signed the End-of-Life Options Act into law.
I don't want anybody to think that making up your mind about this is very easy. It's not.
2 doctors will have to agree a patient has less than 6 months to live and is of sound mind before prescribing the life-ending medication. Susie Flack's son had terminal cancer and moved from Illinois to California, where medical aid in dying is legal. He died on his own terms, peacefully. It was really a beautiful thing. The Catholic Church had urged Pritzker to veto the bill. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
House Democrats have released photos of Jeffrey Epstein near prominent figures, including Donald Trump. Democratic Congressman Robert Garcia.
The White House consistently has tried to cover up the Epstein files in the release.
CBS's Ed O'Keefe.
The president has not been accused of any wrongdoing whatsoever, and it is important to stress these are 19 photos from tens of thousands, if not more, documents, photos, other exhibits that have been compiled from and are slowly being released from the Epstein estate by Democrats on the House Oversight Committee.
On Wall Street at the close of the trading week, the Dow was down about 0.5%, S&P 500 down about 1%, and NASDAQ down almost 2%. This is CBS News.
Check off the wish list with instant savings and free battery offers on select Steel tools. Shop online at steelusa.com or in-store.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-230-2777. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-230-2777. That's 800-230-2777. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-230-2777. 800-230-2777.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The 26 children and adults killed in the Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting in Connecticut are being remembered on the tragedy's anniversary this weekend. Governor Ned Lamont directed flags lowered to half staff from sunrise to sunset on Sunday to honor those killed December 14th, 2012 in Newtown. Connecticut congressional members joined survivors on Capitol Hill Thursday to again call for federal gun safety measures. And the estate of an 83-year-old Greenwich woman who was killed by her own son this past summer is now suing Microsoft and OpenAI, claiming that ChatGPT intensified her son's paranoid delusions, leading to her murder. The victim's son, Stein Eric Solberg, documented his increasingly disturbing conversations with the chatbot on his YouTube page, and the lawsuit is alleging that these interactions led to him strangling his own mother before taking his own life. AI chatbots have been the subject of lawsuits like these multiple times over the past several years. Former Fairfield Police Chief Gary McNamara spoke about the widespread nature of the problem.
We've seen that where chatbots kind of turn on the individuals that they're seeking information from and start to take them down a dark path of suicidal ideation.
WFSB Channel 3 spoke with Quinnipiac University law professor Wayne Unger about how the very nature of these technologies creates an environment where users can grow reliant on them.
Engagement drives revenue for them. And so if they are trained to keep you engaged, they are trained to keep you in the conversation, emotionally invested in the conversation.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Heading northbound from the state line to Milford, it's slow on 95 or the Merritt, but the fastest one right now is 95 with a little over an hour. No incidents reported. Sponsored by Bridgelight Financial Advisors. If you're nearing or in retirement, have at least $250,000 in assets, Bridgelight Financial Advisors can help you. Call 203-795-7080. BridgelightAdvisors.com. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
Clear and cold this evening and overnight near 20. Cloudy on Saturday with a high near 40. Snow early Sunday through midday with a high near 30. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, talk a little minimum wage. One more segment or two on this. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I just like to do this once a year. It's about this time because the stories are coming out now saying, hey, by the way, because of a law here in the state that was put in a few years ago, the Department of Labor is going to reset and hike the minimum wage here in Connecticut. The minimum now is going to be going up. Connecticut will soon have the second highest minimum wage in the U.S. starting on January 1. It is going to go up 59 cents. It's currently at $16.35 an hour. It will go up, let me see, 50, is that right? 59 cents, yes, to $16.94. It will, even though it's less than 60 cents at 59. It'll make Connecticut's minimum the second highest in the U.S. It goes up automatically because of a law signed back in 2019 by Governor Ned Lamont mandating the state minimum wage be adjusted each year based on the federal ECI, the Employment Cost Index. Now, a lot of states do this. And the reason they do this is to avoid lawmakers actually having to take a stand on it. So by the passage of this bill in Hartford in the General Assembly and the governor signing it, majority Democrats in Hartford and the House and Senate can say, hey, we're just going by a law that we passed. We didn't set the increase here. So again, it protects a lot of people who are telling other people how to spend their money. Number two, so Connecticut would have the second highest minimum wage in the nation, next to the District of Columbia at $17.95 an hour. Other areas up there, Washington State at $16.66, California at $16.50, and areas of New York City, Nassau, and Suffolk counties on Long Island, and Westchester County, $16.50. So there you go. And again, listen, if you're going to raise the minimum wage, go ahead and do it. I actually couldn't care less. What's fascinating, though, is the effect it has, especially for businesses like, what did I say, restaurants, mom and pop places, local establishments, and your chains. Because what happens? One of three things happen. If there's an increase in labor, some businesses will absorb it and they won't do anything. Other businesses will maybe absorb part of it or none of it and cut back on their labor. And there's also the category of business that may say, well, I'm not going to raise my prices, but I'm going to have to or there are businesses that will raise their prices, other than the businesses who will rearrange their labor costs. And some that, like I said, part one here, will absorb the entire cost. So I asked today on our question of the day, facebook.com/Voice of CT, and I ask this just about every year at this time. Connecticut will soon have the second highest minimum wage in the U.S., $16.94 an hour. Is that good or bad for state businesses, and why? Chris Williams has been looking over the answers. Chris, what do you have for us?
Paul said everyone needs to take a long look at California and their minimum wage. They just opened up a fully autonomous fast food joint that's open 24 hours a day and is unmanned. People better wake up or we're all going to be out of jobs. Daniel thinks that will make fast food expensive. Edward said all the unions have their wages pegged to the minimum, meaning they all got raises with no bargaining. The state employees in all unions just got a raise. And Mary said, pretty sure it contributes to the raised cost of living here, but it's also a good thing for the young teens getting jobs.
Yeah, and people will say that just by the properties of economics, of basic economics, Economics 101, that some of that extra money that people are making in a minimum wage job will, in some way, shape, or form, be circulated back into the economy.
For those who struggle in Fairfield County, winter is especially hard, with a challenge to just keep warm. But you can help. The Voice of Connecticut First County Bank Warmth Drive is happening right now. Donate new or gently worn coats, gloves, hats, and scarves to any First County Bank location now through December 18th. Everything collected goes directly to Bridgeport Rescue Mission. Let's all do our part to help keep our neighbors in Fairfield County warm through the winter.
Just about every day we hear unsettling news about the economy and global events, things that affect our lives here at home. It's natural to feel uncertain, but when it comes to securing your family's future, there is something you can do. Here is attorney Christine Tenor.
Do you ever feel like your medical or financial decisions are out of your hands? In times like these, most of us would answer yes. The good news? There are legal tools designed to protect you, ensuring that only the people you trust can manage your affairs, should you become unable to do so. Life can change quickly. It's never too early to put a plan in place that reflects your wishes, whether it's a power of attorney, medical advance directives, a last will and testament, or a trust tailored to your needs. Every person's situation is different. It's important to create an individualized plan before it's needed. We all deserve peace of mind.
The Fairfield Law Offices of Eliofson and Tenor. On the internet, ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Call 203-336-2566. That's 203-336-2566.
Winter's here, Connecticut. Tackle any terrain in a new Land Rover Defender from Land Rover Fairfield. Gear up with the latest skis and apparel for the slopes at CB Sportif in Westport. Rugged elegance meets peak performance with enough space for your CB Sportif gear and family in your new Land Rover Defender.
What if giving back was as easy as checking your phone? Now it is. Hi, I'm Christina Preet, lifelong Connecticut resident and founder of the free mobile app Shopping Anyway. If you love supporting local nonprofits, head to shoppinganyway.com to download the app. Signing up is easy with some basic info. Tap the heart on a profile to follow and get alerts about all of their needs. Because you're shopping anyway, helping others has never been easier at shoppinganyway.com. Do you know a nonprofit that relies on contributions? Go to shoppinganyway.com and send us an email. Because a lot of people helping a little helps a lot.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Looking for complete dental care in one convenient location? Visit Columbia Dental in Norwalk. Their expert team includes a general dentist, periodontist, and oral surgeon. So whether you need a routine checkup and cleaning, dental implants, or wisdom teeth extraction, they've got you covered. Quality care all under one roof. Call Columbia Dental in Norwalk today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com.
Want to know how business gets made in Connecticut? Check out the Made podcast at voiceofct.com. It's the official companion to the Made Leadership Series. Want to stay ahead of the curve and learn from top minds? Check out Connecticut-made.com and get made.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Heading northbound from the state line to Milford, it's slow on 95 or the Merritt, but the fastest one right now is 95 with a little over an hour. No incidents reported. Sponsored by Bridgelight Financial Advisors. If you're nearing or in retirement, have at least $250,000 in assets, Bridgelight Financial Advisors can help you. Call 203-795-7080. BridgelightAdvisors.com. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clear with a low near 20. Cloudy on Saturday with a high near 40. Sunday morning, snow clearing in the afternoon with a high near 30. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If it's happening in Fairfield County, Paul's talking about it with you. 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
One of our respondents to our question of the day regarding the state's minimum wage now, soon becoming the second highest in the U.S., had, and I didn't know this, had referred to, I guess, one or two completely automated fast food places in California. Cali Express by Flippy. So that's C-A-L-I, Express by Flippy in Pasadena is the world's first fully autonomous restaurant using AI robots. One of the robots is named Flippy. There's a shock. The other is a burger bot for ordering, grilling burgers, and frying fries, requiring a minimal human staff for finishing touches. And other California concepts like burger bots also use robots for rapid cooking. Big chains like Chipotle are testing automation, including tortilla chip bots and automated make lines, while companies are developing robots for tasks like prepping guacamole. pointing to automation as a major trend for consistency, efficiency, and addressing costs. Now, if this really gains steam, and like I said, it's hitting some early speed bumps because in early testing, the AI wasn't perfect, and there are people who said, hey, I'd rather pay a little more money and deal with a human. And there are going to be people like that. There will be people who will vote with their wallets or pocketbooks or whatever and say, hey, I'm not going to go there. I would rather pay a little more money and deal with people. But I'm telling you what's going to happen here. And you know what's going to happen. There will be, and if they want to do this, that's fine. But you know what's going to happen? The minute that and look, AI is getting better by the minute. I mean, I asked AI a couple of other questions earlier today, and man, the answers that came back and the 2 or 3 references and say, hey, you may want to try this and try that or whatever. I was like, man, this would have taken me days to research on the web generally. But the point here is, you know what's going to happen? The minute that these non-human, shall we say, controlled restaurants, especially like places like deep blue places like here in Connecticut, you will see there will be legislation. Now, none of these places is going to operate with nobody there. You need, I was reading about this once, you need somebody to feed the machines. You got to put the meat in, you got to put the chicken in, you got to put the beef in, you got to put the vegetables in, you have to put the fries in. But I'm telling you what's going to happen. You are going to see local or state legislators mandate that before any building or construction codes or food vending licenses are either issued for new establishments or renewed for ones that are there, they will mandate a certain amount of hours. They will. The unions will go crazy. They'll push on that. Just for the same way you have all these workers now striking at Starbucks because they want more. Now, look, I'm going to say something right now, and I don't want it to come off the wrong way. All right? And I don't care where it is, whether it's Starbucks or some other place. Do me a favor. Can you do me a small favor? If I'm ordering a minimally expensive item, a small or a medium coffee, or some sort of sandwich or something, and I'm not spending much over $5 or $6, and I hand you my debit card, take the debit card and ring me up. The thing that I'm really starting to lose, and it's not just me, you can read public opinion on this. If I'm buying a cup of coffee for $3, all right, or $3.50 or whatever, don't shove the card reader in my face with the first screen being, how much do you want to tip? Okay? Stop that. Look, I understand people have to make money. I get it. Stop telling me to tip you. Now, sometimes I do a tip if I'm in a good mood. Sometimes I don't. Chances are, if it's a $3 cup of coffee, I'm not going to give you a tip. I'm sorry if that makes me a bad person. You want a tip? And some people do this. They have the tip jar there. I know a lot of people don't carry cash, whatever. But can we please? And I know everybody's got it tough. I get it. I understand that. But please, for the love of God and whomever else is in heaven, stop sticking the card reader in front of my face on a $3 purchase, right? And how much would you like to tip? And a couple of times I've hit 0. And I get the malocchio from the person there. And I come this close. I don't do it. But I come this close, and when I say this close, I'm holding my index finger and my thumb about a quarter of an inch apart. I come this close to say, chill out, pal. You're sliding a cup of coffee 6 inches across a tin shelf to me. All right? I mean, let's keep, again, I don't judge somebody's labor. They may look at me and say, what the hell do? You flap your gums 4 hours a day on the radio. Okay. And I can look at you and say, you're sliding a cup of coffee to me. Stop asking for a tip. All right? I'm sorry. I had to do it. Come on. Don't tell me that I'm the only one. That drives you nuts, doesn't it? And I don't mind tipping. If I go somewhere for a dinner, I'm a minimum 20% guy. I'm always doing. Maybe I'll do 15 if I just drop like $100 or something, which I haven't done in years. But especially on small purchases in a restaurant with a server who may be very nice and courteous and makes me laugh after a long day, then you know what? Bingo, you're guaranteed to get 20% from me. It's the way I am. But please, for a cup of coffee, stop. Stop. And they're going on strike now at Starbucks on the strike. Well, the CEO, he makes so much. Yes, because he's the CEO. That's another thing, too. Some of these workers, well, you know, our CEO she made $18 million a year last year. Okay, so that means she made about as much as the reserve point guard in the NBA makes. Oh, yeah. I can't believe the board of directors paid him $10 million. Oh, so he's making about as much as a middle reliever on a Major League Baseball roster. Okay, I get you. All right. I'm sorry. Can you tell I want to vent today? Speaking of venting, yes, there's more news. If I mention the words Bridgeport and follow them up with absentee ballots, what do you think?
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Heading northbound from the state line to Milford, it's slow on 95 or the Merritt, but the fastest one right now is 95 with a little over an hour. No incidents reported. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
Clear and cold this evening and overnight near 20. Cloudy on Saturday with a high near 40. Snow early Sunday through midday with a high near 30. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
I started working with K&J Tree Service about a year ago, and I know it can be really expensive to have tree work done at your home. But listen, I've had actually a tree fall across our driveway and keep us stranded in our home for 2 days before. I've had fences break because of trees that have fallen. You want to make sure that your property is protected. And if you are worried about the costs, well, this is the good time to work with K&J Tree Service because they are having unprecedented savings right now with flash sales like 25% off tree pruning. And they also have some really great discounts right now if you were to call them at 203-248-TREE. By the way, they do a free tree risk assessment as well. One of their licensed arborists will come to your home, check things out, and then let you know what their recommendations are. And there's no obligation to do the work with them. Give them a call at 203-248-TREE or go to their website, kjtreeservice.com, and book your appointment. Trust K&J Tree Service to keep your trees and your property safe and stunning. And take advantage of those incredible offers right now with K&J Tree Service. Go to kjtreeservice.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code COOL to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
A personal finance columnist came up with a list of regrets she hears from retirees. Guess what was on the top of the list? Wishing they'd had a plan for their retirement
And that's the kind of thing that David Gagnon talks about every week on his show, Mastering Your Wealth. Join him Saturday mornings at 8, right here on WICC 600. And be sure to check him out online at masteringyourwealthradio.com.
A cancer diagnosis comes with so many questions. Should you get a second opinion? What's the right treatment? How do you tell your kids? You don't need more questions in your life. You need world-class cancer care here in Fairfield County. That's why Stamford Health collaborates with Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, ranked number 3 nationally for cancer care. Your search for answers stops when our care for you starts. Stamford Health.
Hello, my name is Bob Cinto, and I would like to rent you office space. The reason we've done so well is that we put our tenants in front of everything else we do. Your growth is my growth. Your success is my success. And I would love to show you some beautiful properties if you should need space. Thank you.
Start online, scinto.com.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Time is running out for Congress to approve an extension of tax credits for health care premiums. CBS's Caitlin Huey-Burns.
We have a lot of people, and many people we've talked to, who are kind of caught in the crosshairs here and already starting to budget and work accordingly, knowing that those premiums will likely rise.
Britain's King Charles says he'll have fewer cancer treatments next year because he was diagnosed early. House Democrats have released 19 photos of Jeffrey Epstein near famous faces, including Donald Trump's. CBS's Scott McFarland.
The images don't show any wrongdoing or malfeasance, but the Democrats on the Oversight Committee say they underscore the importance of this looming deadline of December 19th.
That's when the Justice Department has to release all of its Epstein files. Rivers are rising in western Washington state.
Stressful. You never know what's going to happen. Water's crazy. It can go anywhere. It makes its way. And that's what's scary about it. But we've dealt with it before. We deal with it again.
CBS News Brief. I'm Christopher Cruz.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A third person has now pleaded guilty related to absentee ballot fraud charges in the last 2 Bridgeport mayoral primaries. Sylvia Ramos pleaded guilty Thursday to misrepresenting eligibility requirements for voting by absentee ballot, restricted possession of an absentee ballot, and fraudulent voting. She will not receive jail time if she complies with the conditions of her release. 2 other people involved in the scandal, Josephine Edmonds and Nilsa Heredia, have also pleaded guilty. Additional details are being revealed about Connecticut's first confirmed measles case in more than 4 years. Officials say that the case involves an unvaccinated child under the age of 10 from Fairfield County. The Trumbull Health Department says that the child lives in Trumbull and attends Christian Heritage School. Health officials are working with the school to make sure all precautions are being taken. A Ridgefield woman who was accused of poisoning a man is now facing new charges. 33-year-old Kristen Hogan was charged with 2 counts of attempted murder and 1 count of interference with an officer after she admitted to pouring an ingredient in antifreeze into bottles of wine and iced tea. She now faces charges including 1 count of tampering with evidence and 3 counts of perjury in connection with a custody battle over her children. Winds were expected to be calmer today after strong gusts blew through parts of the state. The National Weather Service reports the strongest wind gust Thursday was in New Haven County. Bethany reported a wind gust of 49 miles per hour. Gusts of 43 miles per hour were reported at a Bridgeport Airport in Fairfield County and at Groton Airport in New London County. Today, the National Weather Service is predicting winds between 9 and 14 miles per hour. Low-income residents can expect help from the state to deal with rising health care premiums. Governor Ned Lamont announced his funding plan Thursday as Affordable Care Act subsidies are set to expire at the end of the year.
I can pretty well assure you that there'll be very little change in what you have to pay out of pocket.
The governor's plan would ensure that people making less than $62,000 a year and getting their insurance from the Connecticut marketplace would see little to no change to their premiums. The same would apply to families making less than $128,000 a year. Senator Richard Blumenthal says a recent vote will have devastating consequences for millions of families. Senator Blumenthal released a statement Thursday after a measure to extend Obamacare subsidies failed to pass. Blumenthal says people die when they can't afford health insurance, and it's just wrong to force Americans already struggling with rising costs to bear the financial burden of skyrocketing premiums.
The ACA isn't perfect. We need to lower the costs of health care generally. But the fact of the matter is the consequences of failing to extend these tax credits will be devastating.
He also blames Republicans for not working with Democrats on broader health care reforms. Blumenthal adds Republicans will be held accountable. The Bridgeport City Council will be meeting this coming Monday, where it is expected that they will elect a new council president. The previous council meeting controversially ended before a president could be elected due to 2 no votes that denied any candidate the ability to collect the required 11 votes. However, Councilman Galen Murray, who cast one of the 2 no votes, says that electing a president will be the priority this coming Monday.
The one thing that I can share internally is that everybody just wants to get their committees and get into the meat of the work.
Senator Chris Murphy is again backing a bill designed to help breast cancer patients. The Democratic senator and his Republican colleague, Lisa Murkowski, reintroduced the Metastatic Breast Cancer Access to Care Act Thursday. It would waive waiting periods for Social Security disability insurance and Medicare benefits for those with metastatic breast cancer. Murphy says patients diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer shouldn't have to wait months or even years to get the support they need to fight this horrible disease. There is snow in the weekend forecast for Connecticut. A storm passing offshore to the south could bring 1 to 2 inches of accumulation. Up to 3 inches is possible in some areas. Snowfall is expected to overspread the state late tomorrow night or very early Sunday morning. And Connecticut is taking a step to address the nursing shortage. Governor Ned Lamont announced Thursday Connecticut is now part of the multi-state licensure compact. It allows nurses to get one multi-state license that allows them to practice in Connecticut and over 40 other states and territories. Lamont says this gives Connecticut nurses the flexibility to practice around the country, but it also allows qualified nurses from other states to practice here more easily.
You're in Bacchus and you're short. You need somebody on a part-time basis. Maybe somebody from Rhode Island can come in and help out, or vice versa. And I think it just makes an awful lot of sense when you want to make sure we have the attention and care and love that we need.
To apply for a multi-state license, visit elicense.ct.gov. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Heading northbound from the state line to Milford, it's slow on 95 or the Merritt, but the fastest one right now is 95 with a little over an hour. No incidents reported. Paul Goodman, WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clear with a low near 20. Cloudy on Saturday with a high near 40. Sunday morning, snow clearing in the afternoon with a high near 30. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
And you think you've got opinions. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.
When you hear me or Lisa on the show here or on the station, or Melissa or anybody else here, when you hear us use the words in some way, shape, or form, Bridgeport and absentee ballots, what do you think, huh? And the hits just keep on coming. A third defendant among more than a dozen accused of absentee ballot fraud in the last 2 mayoral primaries pleaded guilty on Thursday. This is Ethan Fry's story from yesterday in the Connecticut Post. And like the first 2 to enter guilty pleas, Sylvia Ramos, a relatively minor player in the scandal, will not get any jail time if she complies with all the conditions of her release and a promise to appear in court. She's set to return to court for sentencing next year on February 11th. Ramos appeared with her attorney at the Bridgeport Judicial District Courthouse before Judge Sherry A. Murphy, where she pleaded guilty, says here, to charges of misrepresenting eligibility requirements for voting by absentee ballot, restricted possession of an absentee ballot, and fraudulent voting. The plea agreement calls for a suspended 2-year prison sentence and 2 years of probation. So again, like the previous people here, and let me say this, I'm not for an absentee ballot thing with low-level people like this. All right, you're not going to throw them in jail. I understand people say throw them in jail. Well, for this level of player, no. Now, what's going to happen to the higher-ups in this? Again, there's still more. Again, the State Elections Enforcement Commission is looking here. But here's my point, and I'm going to keep saying it. And frankly, I know there are going to be people who are going to be sending me messages saying, why are you talking about this? Why? Well, number one, it's my show, and I get to talk about whatever the hell I want. And number two, it frustrates me because everybody talks about election security and election integrity, yet every cycle, and don't say, well, you're just picking on Bridgeport. Well, because it's happening. I mean, it's embarrassing after a while. The notion that absentee ballots still, every freaking cycle in Bridgeport, plays such an outsized influence is, I don't know whether to laugh or cry about it or do both. 2 voters told investigators that Ramos had come to their houses and had them sign absentee ballot applications and fill them out without explaining the eligibility requirements, then took the applications and returned when the ballots had arrived. She then left with their completed ballots, and in the case of one voter, filled out the ballots for them without having the voter confirmed that Ramos had selected the voter's intended candidates. Are people stupid? I mean, we hear from all these people on every side of the, well, they know the rules. They know. Well, apparently they don't. Apparently they freaking don't. An absentee ballot is not supposed to be handled by a campaign person. It is supposed to be handled by the person filling it out, or a designated caregiver, or a family member, or a law enforcement officer. That's it. And cycle after cycle after cycle, all we hear is, well, you know, I don't know why this is happening. And both sides all sides are doing it, and it's mind-numbing. Both of the voters identified photos of Ramos as the person who had taken their ballots. 2 other defendants, Josephine Edmonds and Nilsa Heredia, have also pleaded guilty to charges in the case. Edmonds, who worked for then State Senator Marilyn Moore's campaign challenging Joe Ganim, was sentenced to a 3-year suspended sentence and 3 years of probation in September. Heredia, who pleaded guilty Wednesday to similar charges connected to 2019 when she worked for the Ganim campaign, is set to return to court February 11th when she will be sentenced to a 2-year suspended sentence and 2 years of probation. So, like all these kinds of operations, the little people get the public embarrassment. It is mind-numbing. And I ask this again, and I will keep asking it because nobody has the balls to answer me. Where is the Democratic leadership in Hartford? The Democrats in the state Senate, you, Bob Duff, you, Marty Looney, the Democrats in the state House, you, Jason Rojas, you, Matt Ritter, William Tong, Governor Ned Lamont, where are you people coming out and holding a news conference and saying this is a disgrace and it must stop? You know what you get from all those people? Crickets. Listen, they're talking about it right now. Listen. Ooh, that was insightful, wasn't it? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I agree, Governor. Yes. Attorney General Tong, we know you filed 37 lawsuits against Trump, but this one, folks, it's beyond a joke now. It's beyond a joke. Do you understand? They don't care. They don't care. You don't hear a peep out of the Bridgeport delegation in the State House or State Senate on that. You don't hear a freaking word. And the reason it sure sounds like it, I'm not going to put words in their mouth, but what do they say? What does the left love to say at all their marches and rallies? Silence is complicity.
It's Duchess Restaurants. It's fresh, made to order, and it's what makes Duchess food so good. Duchess Restaurants has so many choices. Try the Big D Philly cheesesteak, or how about a combo meal like a Big D cheeseburger, long dog, or grilled chicken sandwich with fries and a drink, or a roasted turkey, bacon, and cheddar on wheatberry bread. You can't go wrong with one of Duchess Restaurants' many menu items: sandwiches, wraps, burgers, hot dogs, and more. All of Duchess's menu items are made to order, adding to their fresh flavor. You gotta eat at Duchess. Go to GoDuchess.com for the one nearest you. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Tune in to Melissa in the Morning, Monday at 9:10, as we see what's new at SHU. Our next interview will be with Stephanie Seymour, Program Director of the MS Occupational Therapy Program. The topic will be a deeper dive into occupational therapy. Sacred Heart University was just ranked top 10 in the nation for student support by the Princeton Review. Find out what that means for students and families. Go to sacredheart.edu to learn more. And tune in to Melissa in the Morning, Monday at 9:10 for what's new at SHU.
The holidays are a time of traditions, like making your great-grandmother's secret pudding recipe, or watching that favorite movie you've seen 1,000 times. These moments keep us connected to family, to memories, to meaning. They remind us where we come from and what matters most. And for some, it's a good time to create new traditions. Incorporating therapy into your new or existing traditions can help ensure you take time for yourself during what can be a joyful but sometimes hectic or lonely time of year. And by caring for yourself, you can show up more fully in the moments that matter. Maybe you'll find a new hot chocolate recipe to make with the kids, or reserve every Saturday night for you, your book, and some quiet. Close the year with clarity rather than chaos. This December, start a new tradition by taking care of you. Just call pound 250 and say the keyword ABC Radio. That's keyword ABC Radio after calling pound 250.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC's 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
A big swap out of AI stocks today took the wind out of the market's sails after the Dow touched an intraday all-time high. The Nasdaq got pummeled as Broadcom and others hit the skids in the AI trade amid worries that they're overcommitted, spending too much that can't necessarily be financed in the longer run. As a consequence, the Nasdaq led the market lower, down nearly 400 points, or 1 2/3%, to 23,195. S&P down 73.5 points. That was 1% to 68.27. The Dow doing relatively better, down 0.5% or nearly 245 points at 48,458. Long-term interest rates moved higher today to 4.19%. The dollar steady. Oil down about 12 cents to 57.48. Gold closed off its highs, but still up $18.80 to $4,331 the ounce. And after hitting an intraday high itself, silver retreated $2.50 to $62 on the day. Going into the final few weeks of December, the market looking a little shaky on the AI trade, but holding up reasonably well elsewhere.
2 hours ago, Kyle arrived at the bar.
Hey, what's everyone drinking?
30 minutes ago, Kyle got his friends another round of drinks.
Cheers!
5 minutes ago, Kyle decided to drive home drunk. A minute ago, a law enforcement officer pulled up behind Kyle.
Sir, have you been drinking tonight?
A chain of events that began 2 hours ago is about to change Kyle's whole world. Drive sober or get pulled over. Paid for by NHTSA.
Now there's a new way to take charge of your blood sugar. Introducing New Garlic Healthy Blood Sugar Formula from the makers of the nation's best-selling garlic supplement. New Garlic helps maintain healthy blood sugar levels with clinically supported levels of garlic, plus a custom blend of vitamins and minerals, and it's odor-free. Take charge of your blood sugar with New Garlic Healthy Blood Sugar Formula. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Use as directed.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Heading northbound from the state line to Milford, it's a little over an hour on 95 or the Merritt. However, if you take the Merritt, it looks like it's a little bit smoother ride between the state line and Norwalk. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
Clear it and cold this evening and overnight near 20. Cloudy on Saturday with a high near 40. Snow early Sunday through midday with a high near 30. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You've got the questions. Paul has the answers. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, now, along with the latest guilty plea of the latest, what they term a low-level person in the Bridgeport absentee ballot thing going to 2023 and 2019, and listen, every campaign is involved here allegedly in some way, shape, or form. Joe Ganem's campaigns, Marilyn Moore's campaign, John Gomes' campaign. There's plenty to go around. All right, now, having said that, now, there's part two to this. And I beg you've got to pay attention to this. And you've got to take this into account next year, next November, in the governor's race, but more importantly, in the race for the state house and the state senate, okay? Because the majority Democrats in the state house and state senate are already getting ready to essentially give Connecticut mail-in voting through absentee ballots. Now, there may be mail-in, there may be another step here. Now, do you remember back in 2024, in the 2024 cycle, there was a statewide question that essentially asked voters, would they be okay with no excuse absentee ballot? It didn't say actually mail-in voting because the question was skillfully worded as not to, with all the Bridgeport stuff in the news, the ballot question in and of itself was worded in such a way as not to say mail-in voting. What it is and what it was, and it did pass, with 56% of the vote. 56% of people said that they're okay with no excuse absentee ballots. In other words, I think presently there are 6 reasons to request an absentee ballot: military service, out of the country, you're working another polling place, you won't have time to get to the polls that day, you have some sort of physical infirmity, and there's one other I can't remember. So those were 4 or 5 of the 6. So the notion here, as kind of an end around that majority Democrats want to do here, is to allow mail-in voting. Now, there are states that do mail-in voting. A lot of states in the Pacific Northwest do it. A lot of states also do no excuse absentee balloting. So that's not the real issue here. It's not like Connecticut would be an outlier here. What I'm worried about is the security here. Because some Republicans are already talking about, well, hey, we should have this and that for the requirements for no excuse absentee voting if it's going to blow up to a lot of percentage of voters, and the dreaded D word is already being whipped out by Democrats. Disenfranchised. That's the word they use. In other words, if the security measures would be too tough for a lot of people, they say, oh, you just want to disenfranchise black and brown people. So this story here in the Connecticut Examiner, CT Examiner, Democrats to make absentee voting for all. Democratic legislators will make absentee voting for all and improved balloting for early voting one of their top priorities in the 2026 legislative session. Now, you can go ahead and do that. I'm not saying not to do this. I want to see the security measures they put in. Because you know what we're going to hear? Oh, no, what is everybody getting so crazy about? All this voter fraud. Well, have you seen Bridgeport? So State Rep Matt Blumenthal, Senator Blumenthal's son, Democrat Stanford, told the Connecticut Examiner a few days ago that a top priority is to make absentee voting for all and improve balloting for early voting top priorities next year. Mr. Blumenthal is co-chair of the Government Administration Elections Committee. He said, quote, probably our number one priority is to implement absentee voting for all. So again, no excuse absentee balloting, which essentially is mail-in voting. Mr. Blumenthal noted that 37 other states and Washington, D.C. already have absentee voting for all and that Connecticut needs to play catch-up. Asked to comment on claims that increased absentee voting could lead to fraud, Blumenthal countered, quote, these are well-established voting techniques with a good record of convenience and safety across the country, and instances of fraud are vanishingly rare. Now, the ranking member on the committee, State Senator Rob Sampson, told the Connecticut Examiner he would have liked Blumenthal to have shared his plans with the Republicans on the committee first. So what you have here, and we were going to have Rob on today, he's unavailable. So what you have on already, and I'm just telling you this is happening. You can say, I don't care, Paul, I approve of this. I don't care. What you have here, though, is already finger-pointing from some Republicans saying, hey, we're being kept in the dark about this. Now, as to the specifics, Blumenthal and Sampson are on the same page regarding proposed changes to early voting. Now, currently, early voting in Connecticut requires voters to fill out a ballot, put that in an envelope, which is then stored in a secure container and held until Election Day. Both lawmakers say that makes no sense. So there is some agreement there. Matt Blumenthal telling the Connecticut Examiner, quote, that single envelope provision seems to have satisfied nobody. It does provide an opportunity for someone to mess up handling the envelope, meaning the voter, and have the voter not count potentially. It also does not absolutely prevent someone from figuring out whose ballot it is. So in place of the current system, so here's a proposal now. Now, listen to this. Here's a proposal that two guys on the polar opposite spectrum of politics in Connecticut, Matt Blumenthal and Rob Sampson, they agree on this. Blumenthal said the committee will recommend that voters directly feed their early voting ballot into a tabulator similar to what they do on Election Day. Blumenthal said using a tabulator in the tabulator system is, quote, easier on the registrars and makes everyone's vote even more secure. So there you go. So that's part one of what Matt Blumenthal, who chairs that committee, wants to do, as co-chair of the committee, saying, "Hey, this notion that you leave these early votes just hanging around is asinine." So we will see now if Mr. Blumenthal, and I take him at his word here, wants to just at early voting. You don't put them in a bin. You don't put them in a drawer, whatever. You run them through a tabulator. Let's see if that's actually going to happen. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Heading northbound from the state line to Milford, it's a little over an hour on 95 or the Merritt. However, if you take the Merritt, it looks like it's a little bit smoother ride between the state line and Norwalk. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clear with a low near 20. Cloudy on Saturday with a high near 40. Sunday morning, snow clearing in the afternoon with a high near 30. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Experience one of Connecticut's most festive holiday concerts. Greater Bridgeport Symphony presents Holiday Quintessence. Maestro Eduardo Leandro will conduct on Saturday, December 20th, 7:30 at the Klein in Bridgeport. Classical masterpieces from Vivaldi, Tchaikovsky, and Britain's Young Person's Guide to the Orchestra. Immerse yourself in a joyful sing-along with all your holiday favorites. Tickets $21 to $72. Kids under 19 are free. Celebrate the season with Greater Bridgeport Symphony. Get your tickets now at gbs.org. That's gbs.org.
Hi, I'm Peter from Donut Delight. Donut Delight has used Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning since 1994. From installing plumbing in our new stores to maintaining our existing stores and our personal homes. Their guys have always been very professional and great to work with. Donut Delight has been very happy with Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning.
Looking for a reliable plumbing or HVAC company? Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC has proven customer satisfaction since 1974. Go to BassoPHAC.com. That's BassoPHAC.com.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
Now, one thing that Matt Blumenthal did say, I guess, to, put at ease the far lefties in his party who don't, let's not get too secure on those elections. From this Connecticut Examiner story here. He said, we stand ready. Now, what's the magic D word I keep telling you? He said, quote, we stand ready to implement any proposal that increases election security and efficiency without disenfranchising Connecticut voters. So we may do something, but if it's a little too secure, I have to laugh at the Democratic Party, especially in this, we can't do this, it's going to disenfranchise. Do they think voters of color, Hispanic, black voters, minorities, do they take them for fools? I don't quite get it. Maybe they do.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
Is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Christopher Cruz. Just ahead of the holidays, an encouraging message from Buckingham Palace.
I'm Peter King. In a message recorded for British television, King Charles credits
early diagnosis, effective intervention, and adherence to doctor's orders. My own schedule of cancer treatment can be reduced in the new year.
The 77-year-old King used the TV time to send a message that early diagnosis and testing saves lives.
Your life, or the life of someone you love, may depend upon it.
A British cancer website reported a surge in visits after the King publicly disclosed his cancer last year. Peter King, CBS News.
Republicans are hoping to have a health care plan ready to vote on next week. House Speaker Mike Johnson.
I don't think we'll probably announce the final details today, but you can look forward to that probably coming together over the weekend.
This week, the Senate rejected a Democratic plan to extend tax credits for Obamacare policies for 3 years. The University of Michigan's former head football coach, fired and then arrested on Wednesday, is facing serious charges. Here's WWJ radio reporter Darylyn Horn.
Before it was announced that Sharon Moore was fired for an inappropriate relationship with his executive assistant, an assault was reported to police. He's now been charged with home invasion, stalking, and breaking and entering into her home. The prosecutor details what he allegedly did after breaking in.
Grabbed several butter knives. I'm going to kill myself. I'm going to make you watch. My blood is on your hands. You ruined my life.
Moore's attorney says his client will post his $25,000 cash surety bond. Darylyn Horn for CBS News, Ann Arbor, Michigan.
More rain is expected in Washington state on a Sunday. CBS's Carter Evans says torrential rain over the past few days has caused dozens of rivers to overflow their banks.
There's a community not far from here called Hamilton, and you may have seen the video online or on social media of water up to the rooftops of homes. That seems to be one of the hardest hit communities in this area, and we've been trying to make our way there for quite some time, but every road we've tried so far is flooded out.
House Democrats today released 19 photos from Jeffrey Epstein's estate showing the convicted sex offender near famous men. CBS's Scott McFarland.
Those photos show Jeffrey Epstein in proximity to President Trump, former President Clinton, Steve Bannon, a Trump ally, and a number of other famous faces. The photos don't show any wrongdoing, but they show the circles in which Epstein was operating, the powerful people who surrounded him, who he was engaged with.
This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive. See why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive to stay protected on the road. See for yourself at Progressive.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-515-1771. That's 800-515-1771. 800-515-1771.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A third person has now pleaded guilty related to absentee ballot fraud charges in the last two Bridgeport mayoral primaries. Sylvia Ramos pleaded guilty Thursday to misrepresenting eligibility requirements for voting by absentee ballot, restricted possession of an absentee ballot, and fraudulent voting. She will not receive jail time if she complies with the conditions of her release. Two other people involved in the scandal, Josephine Edmonds and Nilsa Heredia, have also pleaded guilty. Winds are expected to be calmer today after strong gusts blew through parts of the state. The National Weather Service reports the strongest wind gust Thursday was in New Haven County. Bethany reported a wind gust of 49 miles per hour. Gusts of 43 miles per hour were reported at Bridgeport Airport in Fairfield County and at Groton Airport in New London County. Today, the National Weather Service has predicted winds between 9 and 14 miles per hour. A Ridgefield woman who is accused of poisoning a man is now facing new charges. 33-year-old Kristen Hogan was charged with 2 counts of attempted murder and 1 count of interference with an officer after she admitted to pouring an ingredient in antifreeze into bottles of wine and iced tea. She now faces charges including 1 count of tampering with evidence and 3 counts of perjury in connection with a custody battle over her children. And there is snow in the weekend forecast for Connecticut. A storm passing offshore to the south could bring 1 to 2 inches of accumulation. Up to 3 inches is possible in some areas. Snowfall is expected to overspread the state late tomorrow night or very early Sunday morning. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Heading northbound from the state line to Milford, it's a little over an hour on 95 or the Merritt. However, if you take the Merritt, it looks like it's a little bit smoother ride between the state line and Norwalk. Paul Goodman, WICC traffic.
Clear and cold this evening and overnight near 20. Cloudy on Saturday with a high near 40. Snow early Sunday through midday with a high near 30. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, hey, how are you? 3 hours down, 1 to go. Hope all is well with you and yours, whatever you and yours might be. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Our buddy, our pal Chris Caruso coming up to get his opinion on the everything Bridgeport, voting, the city council. You can't script this stuff. You can't. Connecticut about to become now the second highest minimum wage state in the nation. The District of Columbia, the District D.C., went to $17.95 an hour this past July 1. Connecticut will adjust its minimum wage to $16.94 an hour, according to a law that must be passed. Basically, it's one of these Pontius Pilate laws where all the legislature just washes their hands of it. They don't have to do it every year, so automatically the minimum wage will increase to $16.94 starting January 1. Roughly, if you work for an entire week for the minimum, you will gross $677. My initial pay at a minimum wage back in 1977, I made $265 an hour for $106 a week. But I ran that through an online calculator, and that would translate to $13.50 an hour. So not crazy if you factor in inflation and all that. But my thought here is, how high is this going to go? And I know people say, well, it's a great thing if people make more money. Maybe a minimum wage job is all they can handle with their hours or all they can find, and that's it. But at what point do the effects really become deleterious here? Because, again, if you are a business owner, whether you're a franchisee of a fast food place or you own a mom and pop, a diner, a greasy spoon little coffee shop, and the state of Connecticut says every year, hey, you've got to pay your help more and more. Now, some places may already pay more than the minimum wage. A lot of places do that now. I know Walmart does, Amazon does, because they need people. That's the thing. So if you're an employer and, you have to do minimum wage because you want X amount of people, well, when Hartford comes out and says, well, now you're going to pay more, well, you only have three choices as far as I can figure them. You can just absorb the cost, not raise your prices, and make less money in the end, or you can raise your prices and not touch your labor costs, or you can leave your prices where they are, not want to absorb any losses and cut either a position or keep the positions and maybe reduce the number of hours worked. Do we really need a minimum wage? I learned from a listener today the state of Georgia does not have a minimum wage, but they do have, they have, generally people make more in some of the metro areas like Augusta and Atlanta. They make less out in the burbs. I don't know. Dave in Brantford joins us to start the 5 o'clock hour. Dave, what say you?
Yeah, I don't want to look the minimum wage thing. In 71, gold was $35 an ounce.
Yeah.
If you made $4.50 an hour, which is not unreasonable for 71, you earned enough money to get a 1 ounce gold coin every day of the week.
Imagine that.
And one of your callers earlier mentioned that at $4,300.
Yeah.
And so the problem is nobody talks about it. It's the dollar getting trashed to hell. It's not the greedy, stores selling overpriced food. I want to ask this question. I want to go back to the voter fraud thing.
Yeah.
After all this time, we still don't know who released the video of Wanda Jeter stuffing the ballot in the drop box.
No.
And more importantly, all the right-wingers are talking about these illegal aliens who are voting. We don't know, were those voters even eligible?
We don't know.
The three now convicted gophers in this scheme to, collect and harvest ballots, were those voters, those alleged ineligible illegal immigrants, that they induced them to vote? We hear nothing about it. It's very discouraging. How can we solve the crime when we're not even sure what the crime is?
And Dave, I would imagine on your point, I'll let you finish, but I would imagine on your point, somebody knows who these voters are, because remember, these people are getting fingered by testimony of voters that spoke to the State Elections Enforcement Commission. So, they know, at least they know, the investigators and maybe the state police and the FBI, Dave, they know who these people are. They know.
I'll end it on this. The two main subjects of the week that you covered, the marriage fraud and the ballot fraud, I'll be kind. Inadequate documentation because those in charge willfully are looking away.
Oh, I believe so. Absolutely. I agree with you. 100%. 100%.
Have a good
Thank you, Dave.
Good weekend.
Have a happy weekend. Come on. Why do you think there is a lack of, shall we say, fortitude below the waist by some of our legislators to actually go after, and really in public come out and say, these alleged sham marriages have to stop? Well, because they probably know that some of these marriages allegedly, let's be fair now, allegedly involve illegals. And number two, it would mean that people like Governor Lamont and the Attorney General, Mr. Tong, and some of our legislators would have to admit that some people in these city and town halls have been talking to the feds. And again, what folks, how often have we heard silence is complicity?
When you want the latest news updates, the Voice of Connecticut has always been there. We start every hour with breaking updates from around the nation and around the world with CBS News Radio. Then we take you around your own neighborhood for live and local Connecticut news from WICC's team of reporters. All day, every day. For over 99 years. WICC 695.9. The Voice of Connecticut.
With Progressive's collision coverage, my family gets up to $1,000 for vet bills if I'm injured in a car accident. And that makes this Chihuahua really feel like part of the family. What's that? I don't sound like a Chihuahua? Oh, I'm sorry. What exactly am I supposed to sound like? I guess all Chihuahuas are high-strung, riding around in expensive designer purses. Actually, I prefer riding in cars. So I appreciate that my family protects me with Progressive's pet collision coverage. Okay, maybe I am a little high-strung. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states. Coverage for dogs and cats is included with the purchase of collision coverage and is subject to policy term.
FIFA World Cup 2026 is coming soon, but your opportunity to be there starts now through an exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card. For a limited time, become a new customized Cash Rewards or unlimited Cash Rewards Visa credit card holder, and you will be eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more at BofA.com/cardFWC26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America NA in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. Rights reserved.
Why is selling your home quickly so important? My friend Jonathan Carbuty with Carbuty & Company Realtors knows why. First and foremost, most buyers search within price range. So if your home is overpriced, the listing may never be seen. That's why hiring the right real estate agent is so important. A competitively priced property receives more views and, quite often, more offers. Buyers don't look at your property in a vacuum. They compare it to similar listings nearby. Visit CarbutyRealEstate.com. No one knows the local market better than the Jonathan Carbuty team.
Did you know tens of thousands of mothers, fathers, children, and seniors right here in Southern Connecticut face food insecurity? Moms going without so they can feed their children? That's why the Bridgeport Rescue Mission is relaunching their mobile kitchen so they can deliver fresh hot meals directly into our streets and communities that need it most. Please help the relaunch of the Bridgeport Rescue Mission's mobile kitchens. Give today to BridgeportRescueMission.org because no child, no senior, no human should ever go hungry.
Who picks Post University? People who pick Post are people who believe in themselves and their potential. Post people want a school that helps them succeed on their terms, on their budget, and on their schedule. They want on-campus activities and online flexibility. Most of all, they want an education that could help prepare them for success in over 50 fields. Because when you're an Eagle, the sky's the limit. Are you a Post person? Find out now at post.edu.
Sometimes the most important personal breakthroughs are made possible by medical ones. And that's why Yale New Haven Health's Heart and Vascular Center delivers the pioneering science of Yale School of Medicine, like groundbreaking research that helped redefine the international guidelines for treating heart failure, and a new procedure to detect coronary microvascular disease, often misdiagnosed in women. Yale New Haven Health and Yale School of Medicine. Together, we're powering breakthroughs with the greatest of care.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
In Milford, there's a two-vehicle crash on 95 northbound between exits 40 and 41. The left lane is closed. That's making it so that the Merritt is your best bet. Getting northbound from the state line to Milford, it's going to take you about a little over an hour to get there. Sponsored by Brown Roofing, Fairfield County's premier roofing replacement, repair, and gutter contractor. Contact Brown Roofing today at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clear with a low near 20. Cloudy on Saturday with a high near 40. Sunday morning, snow clearing in the afternoon with a high near 30. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Saying everything that's on his mind. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. WICC 695.9. The voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, the voice we welcome in every Thursday or Friday around this time. Former Democratic State Rep Chris Caruso on all things Bridgeport. Chris, as usual, good afternoon. Hope you're well, and no shortage of stuff once again, Chris, to talk about.
That's for sure, Paul. There's a plethora of things we could speak about.
Let's start with, again, albeit a low-level operative, Chris. We now have a second and third guilty verdicts here in this ongoing absentee ballot investigation going back to 2019 and 2023.
Yeah, yep, and I think it was interesting. She got 3 years suspended and 3 years probation. And I kind of believe, I could be wrong, but the prosecutors are probably trying to line up evidence against some of the more serious offenders, you know?
Yeah, and I guess, right, because you've always said, the prosecutors say, okay, well, who told you X, Y, and Z, or, right, who did you report to on this?
Yeah, they may be looking for, frankly, a bigger fish in the pond. And the way you get to them is by those who commit the offense, but they're not as serious as some of the others.
Yeah.
And you have some wiggle room to get that person to turn on the big fish.
Yeah.
And that's what may be happening here. You know?
And Chris, the disappointing thing, and look, all the just about every major candidate has been involved in this in the last two cycles. But I kind of have to sit here and both laugh and cry when, Chris, we hear all the time, well, they know that they're not supposed to do this, or they well, do they? Because apparently it keeps happening.
You know, I've been in campaign headquarters most of my adult life with campaigns, and messages get back to people. You know, it's the wink, it's the nod, it's the unspoken word, and I think people know what they're doing. You know, some of these campaigns are hiring people as consultants, which is unheard of. What are they consulting on a campaign, other than the fact that they have the ability to go door to door and, you know, get absentee ballots and defraud the public? So, you know, I think it runs deeper, and that's what maybe the prosecutors are looking at. You know, they also want to go into these trials as strong as they possibly can.
Yeah.
So they have all the evidence lined up, and that way they're able to strike a lot differently if they didn't try to line people up. You know, I think one of the most intimidating things, Paul, is when they turn the hot light on you, you know, and it could be the FBI, it could be the state investigators and so forth. They put the lights on and they tell you, listen, you're looking at 3 years in jail.
Yeah.
And here's a person who's older, right? And she says, well, I don't want to do jail time, right? Okay, well, then, you know, tell us what went on. Give us all the information. And that's, I think, where we see this thing turning. Because if you notice, the bigger offenders, the ones that, you know, have had many charges indicted, they're not getting plea bargains. They're not getting deals right now. So I think it's, again, circle the wagons, get the most evidence you can, and really hit hard some of these people that have just been abusive. You know, you have one individual who just constantly breaks the law and doesn't care. And I think the court has to set an example with that person. And, you know, we see it in the legislature. You know, this lack of activity when it comes to, you know, making the absentee ballot laws much stronger, right? Yeah. And because, you know what it is, Paul? If you clean up Bridgeport's abuse, then what happens to the rest of the towns? Because there's abuse going in other cities and other towns. It's just as exclusive to the cities. So if they clean up Bridgeport, guess what? Then issues are going to come up in their town. So they shy away from it.
Chris, a story that I was reading that I sent to you that's making the rounds now when we turn the calendar year to 2026. there's going to, I guess, be some legislative action here regarding that question that was approved by 56% of the voters, which would be, as a lot of other states have it, we have our 6 reasons to have an absentee. That would be no excuse absentee ballot. That would essentially be mail-in voting. And, Chris, I have said numerous times, I'm okay for that. With that, I see that coming. But the states that do it, Chris, they take years and years to develop a process with public input here. And I don't know whether you heard me in my last couple of segments. When I start seeing the words, whether it's from Matt Blumenthal or any other legislator, well, we don't want to disenfranchise people. I mean, come on. Please, stop.
They don't want to disenfranchise the people who are stealing elections.
Yeah, I mean, are we headed for a merry-go-round on this? I mean, my God.
Well, but this has been bantered about in the legislature for years. It was very much like same-day registration, to vote on the same day.
Yeah.
You could register. And that went on for years and years, Paul. I remember bringing the bill out of the committee because I thought it was a good bill. And, boy, it got stymied with, well, what did they do in Wisconsin? What did they do in Iowa? What's happening down in Kentucky? And the truth is that there were no violations of law that you could connect with that.
Yeah.
However, with this no excuse absentee ballot, it's fraught with violations of law. You can go door to door with these things, give them to people, right? Help them fill it out, and there's no excuse. So I think, there's got to be safeguards in place before this actually becomes law. I think the voters said, yeah, let's do it. It's much more convenient. It's easier to vote, especially with a busy workday and schedule. Mm-hmm. However, I don't think the voters said, hey, let's open the door and let all the thieves come in.
Yeah.
No, I'm sure they're looking for safety of the ballot, and that's critically important. I think that's the thing we have to watch now. But now it seems like because they didn't address the absentee ballot abuse and the violation of law, now let's come up with a new shiny object, and that happens to be mail-in voting.
Hey, because Chris, what could happen? Chris, come on, what?
Paul, yeah, come on. Come on, nothing could happen, Paul.
And finally, speaking of what could happen, Chris, I know you have a unique perspective on this. The Bridgeport City Council, they still don't have a leader, and apparently there were accusations among 2 council members that, well, somebody got a little over-enthusiastic and with it. Then now apparently the prosecutor said there was nothing there, and okay. I had to explain a few things to my listeners the other day, but as
only in Bridgeport, Paul, could that happen. It's really it's amazing, isn't it? It's just wow.
So who's going to be the head of the council once this all the dust clears here, Chris?
Well, I think right now it's still, one candidate has 10 votes, but I don't think she has 11 to get elected. The other one has 8. And I think after a couple of ballots, maybe 2-3 ballots, I think you'll see some peeling off from the candidate that has the most votes. And then those votes will line up with another candidate. And I think that's what's going to happen. Right now, I think everyone is keeping their powder dry, if you will, and they're all just keeping things close to their vest, and they're going to stand with their candidate. But after the second or third ballot, if things don't start moving, then I think you'll see some peeling off of people that supported one candidate, and they'll shift to another. And in that case, it's probably Akeem Boyd would probably withstand the best chance at that point. The person who has the 10, because I've been in that situation, I had 10 one time when I ran for council president. And let me tell you, it's like herding cats.
Yeah.
It's the hardest group of people to keep together and stay focused.
Wow.
And then as the ballots keep going around, people start getting antsy and say, well, we cast a vote for you, but now there's an opportunity to make a deal with someone else. So I think if you get 2-3 ballots, I think things start to change, and it usually favors the person with the least votes.
Interesting.
And that's what, my history has shown that. Because, people, the attention span of people isn't the longest, Paul. And not all people.
After a while, right? After a while.
Yeah.
It's enough.
They want to go. I remember I was debating one night at the council about a parking lot deal with the developer, and it was a sweetheart deal.
Yeah.
And I'm going through the whole thing, and the guy sitting next to me says, one of my colleagues says, I want to go home and see the Yankees game. And so So we should just
the hell with it.
Yeah, that's right.
Chris, great stuff. Chris Caruso, thanks, man. Have a happy weekend, Chris. We'll talk.
You too,
all right,
Paul.
bye-bye. Yeah, who wants to debate this parking lot stuff and revenue when the Yankees are on?
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
In Milford, there's a two-vehicle crash on 95 northbound between exits 40 and 41. The left lane is closed. That's making it so that the Merritt is your best bet. Getting northbound from the state line to Milford, it's going to take you about a little over an hour to get there. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
Clear and cold this evening and overnight near 20. Cloudy on Saturday with a high near 40. Snow early Sunday through midday with a high near 30. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Looking for Continental winter tires? Then head to Town Fair Tire, New England's largest volume discount tire dealer. We've got Continental tires in every size for every vehicle, in stock with more arriving daily, all at the guaranteed lowest price. And when you add the most free services for life, it's easy to see how nobody beats Town Fair Tire for your new Continental winter tires. And I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Do you have questions about real estate? Learn the secrets of real estate investing and get your questions answered during the Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Listen Sunday mornings from 9 to 10 for expert information about real estate investing, downsizing, and improvements before selling. Pat will help turn your real estate dreams into reality. Tune in and call The Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Sunday mornings from 9 to 10, right here on WICC 600 and 95.9.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems. Listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-466-9625. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-466-9625.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/Mike.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Britain's King Charles told his subjects today his cancer treatments have been going well.
Most heartfelt thanks to the doctors, nurses, researchers, and charity workers involved in diagnosis and treatment programs.
House Speaker Mike Johnson says Republicans are finalizing a health care plan to vote on next week.
We had a very productive meeting just now with lots of leaders from across the conference. Everybody is coming together on the final plan. We're still working on the final details of it.
Health insurance premiums could more than double for more than 20 million Americans in January. Stocks declined across the board today. CBS News business reporter Jason Brooks.
Investors sent stocks tumbling lower on increasing concerns over the profitability of artificial intelligence companies while spending tens of billions of dollars on new data centers.
The tech-heavy NASDAQ index was off by almost 2%. CBS News Brief. I'm Christopher Cruz.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The Bridgeport City Council will be meeting this coming Monday, where it is expected that they will elect a new council president. The previous council meeting controversially ended before a president could be elected due to 2 no votes that denied any candidate the ability to collect the required 11 votes. However, Councilman Galen Murray, who cast one of the 2 no votes, says that electing a president will be the priority this coming Monday.
The one thing that I can share internally is that everybody just wants to get their committees and get into the meat of the work.
The 26 children and adults killed in the Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting in Connecticut are being remembered on the tragedy's anniversary this weekend. Governor Ned Lamont directed flags lowered to half-staff from sunrise to sunset on Sunday to honor those killed December 14th, 2012 in Newtown. Connecticut congressional members joined survivors on Capitol Hill Thursday to again call for federal gun safety measures. Additional details are being revealed about Connecticut's first confirmed measles case in more than 4 years. Officials say that the case involves an unvaccinated child under the age of 10 from Fairfield County. The Trumbull Health Department says that the child lives in Trumbull and attends Christian Heritage School. Health officials are working with the school to make sure all precautions are being taken. Senator Chris Murphy is again backing a bill designed to help breast cancer patients. The Democratic senator and his Republican colleague, Lisa Murkowski, reintroduced the Metastatic Breast Cancer Access to Care Act Thursday. It would waive waiting periods for Social Security, disability insurance, and Medicare benefits for those with metastatic breast cancer. Murphy says patients diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer shouldn't have to wait months or even years to get the support they need to fight this horrible disease. Senator Richard Blumenthal says a recent vote will have devastating consequences for millions of families. Senator Blumenthal released a statement Thursday after a measure to extend Obamacare subsidies failed to pass. Blumenthal says people die when they can't afford health insurance, and it's just wrong to force Americans already struggling with rising costs to bear the financial burden of skyrocketing premiums.
The ACA isn't perfect. We need to lower the costs of health care generally. But the fact of the matter is the consequences of failing to extend these tax credits will be devastating.
He also blames Republicans for not working with Democrats on broader health care reforms. Blumenthal adds Republicans will be held accountable. Low-income residents can expect help from the state to deal with rising health care premiums. Governor Ned Lamont announced his funding plan Thursday as Affordable Care Act subsidies are set to expire at the end of the year.
I can pretty well assure you that there'll be very little change in what you have to pay out of pocket.
The governor's plan would ensure that people making less than $62,000 a year and getting their insurance from the Connecticut marketplace would see little to no change in their premiums. The same would apply to families making less than $128,000 a year. The estate of an 83-year-old Greenwich woman who was killed by her own son this past summer is now suing Microsoft and OpenAI, claiming that ChatGPT intensified her son's paranoid delusions leading to her murder. The victim's son, Stein Eric Solberg, documented his increasingly disturbing conversations with the chatbot on his YouTube page, and the lawsuit is alleging that these interactions led to him strangling his own mother before taking his own life. AI chatbots have been the subject of lawsuits like these multiple times over the past several years. Former Fairfield Police Chief Gary McNamara spoke about the widespread nature of the problem.
We've seen that where chatbots kind of turn on the individuals that they're seeking information from and start to take them down a dark path of suicidal ideation.
WFSB Channel 3 spoke with Quinnipiac University law professor Wayne Unger about how the very nature of these technologies creates an environment where users can grow reliant on them.
Engagement drives revenue for them. And so if they are trained to keep you engaged, they are trained to keep you in the conversation, emotionally invested in the conversation.
And Connecticut is taking a step to address the nursing shortage. Governor Ned Lamont announced Thursday Connecticut is now part of the Multi-State Licensure Compact. It allows nurses to get one multi-state license that allows them to practice in Connecticut and over 40 other states and territories. Lamont says this gives Connecticut nurses the flexibility to practice around the country, but it also allows qualified nurses from other states to practice here more easily.
You're in Bacchus and you're short. You need somebody on a part-time basis, maybe somebody from Rhode Island can come in and help out, or vice versa. And I think it just makes an awful lot of sense when you want to make sure we have the attention and care and love that we need.
To apply for a multi-state license, visit elicense.ct.gov. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
In Milford, there's a two-vehicle crash on 95 northbound between exits 40 and 41. The left lane is closed. That's making it so that the Merritt is your best bet. Getting northbound from the state line to Milford, it's going to take you about a little over an hour to get there. Sponsored by Columbia Dental in Norwalk, offering complete dental care from A to Z. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clear with a low near 20. Cloudy on Saturday with a high near 40. Sunday morning, snow clearing in the afternoon with a high near 30. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Fairfield is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
You heard Mr. Pioric there. It's a little snow on Sunday morning. Everybody relax. No need to go out tonight and tomorrow and buy 5 loaves of bread, 3 pounds of prosciutto, and 2 jars of peanut butter. Relax. Don't drive like a Gavone. Don't drive like a Stunad. And we'll all be fine. Well, I'm finally here on a Friday. Haven't talked to this guy in a while. No, it's not anybody on the Fox pregame show. Mark in New Haven is here, and I guess he's going to give us a week of his guaranteed deadlock bet the mortgage on at picks. Mark, it's Paul, how are you?
Good, Paul. How are you?
How have you been, buddy? Everything good?
Yep, hanging in there.
Now, have you been doing picks, even though we haven't had a chance to chat? Have you been doing picks and keeping tabs?
Well, I don't pick if I don't call up.
Oh, all right. Well, you know what, then? If I'm not going to be here on Fridays, I got to make sure I get you on Thursdays. All right. Okay. All right. So, listen, folks, this little fun we have here. Mark is our resident prognosticator here on Connecticut Today. He gets paid nothing from me. I never bet. This is all fun. So the disclaimer is we're doing this for fun. Don't do any real money. Do matchsticks or Monopoly money, and it's all in good fun. So, game number 1, Mark, what do you have for us for this weekend?
All right, game number 1, Denver plus 2.5 over Green Bay.
All right, Denver, the Broncos, plus 2.5 over Green Bay. By the way, Denver is like 2 plays away from being undefeated, so we'll see if they carry that on this weekend. All right, Denver plus 2.5 over Green Bay. Number 2.
All right, number 2, I'm running a big risk here. I'm betting the Jets plus 12.5 over Jacksonville.
Wait a minute. What are you doing? Are you okay? Are you under the influence of anything right now? Oh, my God. The Jets. Plus, what's the line? 12.5?
12.5, yep.
With Brady Cook getting the start at quarterback over Jackson. Oh, my God. You're like the only guy I've heard of all the talking heads doing this. All right. Number 3.
And number 3, I'm betting the Super Bowl champion New England Patriots plus 1 over Buffalo.
All right, that's going to be a hell of a game. Excellent. All right, so we got Denver plus 2.5 over Green Bay. The Jets plus 12.5 on the road at Jacksonville. My God. And the Patriots plus 1. He's already calling them the Super Bowl champion New England Patriots at Buffalo. Now, a lot of people say, Mark, the Pats are a good record, but their schedule's been soft. You buying that or not?
No, I think they're the best team in football right now.
All right. Okay. All right. Mark,
all around.
Mark, you have a happy weekend, and we'll check on these next week, all right?
You going to be in next Friday?
Actually, no, so call me Thursday.
All right.
All right.
Very good.
All right, brother. Good to hear from you. Mark in New Haven there, who is our chief prognosticator here on Connecticut Today. Denver plus 2.5 over Green Bay. It's going to be a great game. He picked 2 great games and one. My God. Denver plus 2.5 over Green Bay. Packers looked pretty good against the Bears last week. The Jets plus 12.5 over Jacksonville. I don't know. It's a lot of points. And Brady Cook will be starting at quarterback for the Jets. They're going to let Brady cook. How about that? And the Patriots plus 1 over Buffalo. Hey, don't laugh at Brady Cook. You never know. 4 years. Yeah, you notice how I'm a delusional Jets fan. Could be good. Listen, the guy was an undrafted free agent out of Missouri, played 4 years. The film looks good. You know who else I thought was nothing? Tom Brady. See? In my warped mind as a New York Jets fan, Brady Cook could be the next Tom Brady. You see how I have to think? Brady could be Brady. There it is. Right? How about that? Hey, look, we may have never found out about Tom Brady had Drew Bledsoe not been hurt. You remember that, right? I remember watching that game. Mo Lewis, linebacker, lays out Drew Bledsoe. Nasty injury. I think he had to go to the hospital. He had some internal bleeding or something like that. Oh, look who's coming in right now. It's the 6th-round rookie from Michigan, Tom Brady. Yes, thank you, Mo Lewis. That's just great, Mo. Thank you. Appreciate that. Bob in Trumbull's here. Bob, how are you? What's up? Hello, Bob. Yes, sir.
Without absentee voting,
yeah,
you would be disenfranchising
yeah.
a large block
of
the Democrat Party voters.
Yes, yeah.
Because how do you expect the ashes to get out of an urn?
The ashes,
or the bodies to get out of the box?
Yeah,
they're locked in.
Yeah,
in the urn, the top's screwed. How do you expect them to get out and vote for their favorite Democrat?
You got any big plans this weekend, Bob?
Keep the fire going to
nice.
Stay warm.
Nice.
Hopefully it snows so I can count snowflakes.
There you go. All right, Bob. Have a happy weekend there as we send Bob into the weekend as he's counting snowflakes.
Having an office holiday party or family gathering? Make your event special with catering from AB's Falafel. AB's Falafel in Trumbull serves the finest and most flavorful falafel, kebabs, salads, shawarma, spinach pies, hummus, and more. Catering from AB's is easy. Go to absfalafel.com and click on catering. Pick from trays of kebabs, falafel, salads, and more. From 10 to 200, cater your next company or family event from locally owned and operated AB's Falafel. absfalafel.com.
Winter is the best time of the year to test for radon in your home. Closed doors and windows provide the most accurate reading. Protect your family with a free on-site radon test kit from Apex Radon Solutions. Don't miss out on an opportunity to ensure your family's safety. Act now and let Apex Radon Solutions help you breathe easier with peace of mind. Go to apexradonsolutions.com today to schedule a free on-site test kit. Healthy air, healthy home, healthy life with apexradonsolutions.com.
The holidays are a time of traditions, like making your great-grandmother's secret pudding recipe or watching that favorite movie you've seen 1,000 times. These moments keep us connected to family, to memories, to meaning. They remind us where we come from and what matters most. And for some, it's a good time to create new traditions. Incorporating therapy into your new or existing traditions can help ensure you take time for yourself during what can be a joyful but sometimes hectic or lonely time of year. And by caring for yourself, you can show up more fully in the moments that matter. Maybe you'll find a new hot chocolate recipe to make with the kids, or reserve every Saturday night for you, your book, and some quiet. Close the year with clarity rather than chaos. This December, start a new tradition by taking care of you. Just call pound 250 and say the keyword ABC Radio. That's keyword ABC Radio after calling pound 250.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
In Milford, there's a two-vehicle crash on 95 northbound between exits 40 and 41. The left lane is closed. That's making it so that the Merritt is your best bet. Getting northbound from the state line to Milford, it's going to take you about a little over an hour to get there. Sponsored by Columbia Dental in Norwalk, offering complete dental care from A to Z. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
Clear and cold this evening and overnight near 20. Cloudy on Saturday with a high near 40. Snow early Sunday through midday with a high near 30. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
All the latest for your ride home. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. By the way, I just had to mention this. Did you see the Democrats on the Oversight Committee in D.C., because I think they sense now the Jeffrey Epstein thing is starting to lose gas. Now, again, what have I said here on the show? I couldn't care less who's named in the Jeffrey Epstein files for being innocuous with him or doing the worst of the worst. If they're in the files and they did something bad, Democrat or Republican, get them out. I couldn't care less if the Epstein files burned down every bit of the Trump White House or the previous Democratic White Houses. I don't care. What's right is right and what's wrong is wrong. The nation, the country, the major parties will survive. But you have to laugh at what was released today. There's something like 80 or 90,000 documents, and they released pictures of, shocking, Donald Trump. And by the way, if you heard our reportage here from CBS on the network and even on CNN and MSNBC, which is MS Now and Fox, they're going out of their way. All the networks very smartly are going out of the way saying, hey, these are just innocuous pictures. Nothing here is shown tawdry. So we're going to see how this works out, because what a shock. Now, they did release some pictures with Bill Clinton. They did. Bill Clinton, Donald Trump, I guess Larry Summers is in these. Andrew Mountbatten, who's not a prince anymore. Who else? Woody Allen. Yes, that's what I needed to see. Woody Allen, Donald Trump, and a cast of characters. And Bill Clinton. Hey, baby, how you doing? Look. He was a convicted sex offender. I get it. I understand it. But let's have some consistency, some pattern, and some plan as to how this stuff is released. And again, politically, I don't care who it burns down. But having said that, what have I told you about these Epstein files? They're like nuclear weapons to both sides. And I'm sure there's stuff in there, the worst of the worst of the worst, and I'm sure both sides know what's in there. They've probably talked about it, and it's kind of, once again, the old mad, mutually assured destruction like we have still between the U.S. and Russia with nukes. Hey, you don't want to go there. Because if you launch one, we launch one, you launch a second one, we launch 5, you launch 10, we launch 20, and the Earth is a smoldering pile when it's all done. So, we'll see. But again, you see what happens? See how the news cycle works? I tell you about, when is this stuff dumped? On a Friday. The Friday dump. Because now you do the Friday dump, which leads into coverage, what? Friday night into Saturday. And Saturday, people think, oh, people don't pay attention on the weekend. Well, they kind of do, too. I mean, in this business, on Saturday, some of the highest radio listening in the week is Saturday morning. And then, of course, what do you have on Sunday? The Sunday talk shows. This week on ABC, Face the Nation on CBS, Meet the Press on NBC, Fox News Sunday, State of the Union on CNN. News Nation has a show. PBS has a show. So that's why you drop this stuff on a Friday, gets a little buzz by fat stooges like me in the afternoon, and then we go traipsing into the weekend. And then it competes with football. Seriously. I'm not saying that to be funny. Serious stuff here. The competition on the weekend or the talking heads on Sunday, and I'm guessing we may see Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Murphy, or Jim Himes, or somebody from Connecticut on one of the talk shows. Dave in Meriden here. Dave, how are you, sir?
Hey, good. Hey, speaking of football, who are the Giants losing to this weekend? I didn't check.
Oh man, I wait a minute. I should know this because I listened to it. I'm not sure, Dave. I don't know. I don't know.
Okay. Hey, I was thinking of you the other day.
Yeah.
How's your new tires treating you? You adhering to the speed limit on the Parkway?
No, not at all. Not even close. No, not at all.
I know it's nothing like a new set of tires, right? I mean, you can just tell the difference in the ride and the car.
Oh my God! You know, and when the tires are aging, you don't realize, Dave, how noisy the ride is getting until you put the new tires on, and you pull out onto the road and drive away from the shop, and it's like the angels sing. It's like, oh my God, this is wonderful.
And the old tires. I mean, there's no control, especially on wet pavement. The
Well,
tires are wonderful.
and Dave, thanks, man. Have a good weekend. That's why I did it, because I had been to my mechanic twice, oil change and a tire rotation, and he says to me, when did I do it? Oh, Thanksgiving week I was off. And he says, look, it's going to snow in a couple of weeks. You're a little below now. You know, they do the tire gauge, whatever, how many, and he says, just get the tires. So he gave me a good deal. So it ended up being about $1 and change per wheel out the door. You know, and again, you just can't buy tires. This fee, the disposal fee, and the mounting fee, and the balancing, and then of course, you know, I'm a big one on getting an alignment. I had never aligned the car, I think so. Hey, why not? I paid for it with a couple of freelance gigs. I just make believe I never had the money. But gosh darn it, I treated myself to some new tires. And my God, does the roll feel good. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So we got that coming. Yeah, have you done your Christmas shopping yet? God, I'm so lazy. I never go to stores anymore. I love our local retailers, don't get me wrong, but the older I get, crowds, I never used to. It's got to be something biological or genetic, right? Now, I love people, but crowds, if there's a certain amount of people within a certain circumference of where I am or diameter, no. Let's wrap it up with John in Stratford. John, how are you, sir?
Hey, Paul. Good evening, sir.
Yeah.
I heard you talking about the Jets, and I just wanted to think sports.
Yeah.
Shift the mood a little bit.
Yeah.
Pete Alonso signing with the Orioles.
Yeah.
And then also Nimmo getting traded, and all of those things. Like, you feel like the owners they think the fans are rooting for uniforms now, or do you think they're going away from players? In general, I don't get it.
I think the Mets I think Cohen and Stearns looked at each other, and maybe Mendoza too, and they said, "Well, look, are we gonna win with this? What's the shot that we can beat the Dodgers, or beat the Blue Jays, or beat the Braves?" And the Braves had a lot of injuries last year. And you know what, John? Now, I'm a Yankee fan. I'm not a Mets fan, but I'm telling my Met fan friends, let's wait and see what the final product is here. Look, Alonso was a hell of a power hitter. The guy falls out of bed and it's 40 home runs. So how do they replace that? I don't know. Nimmo, to me, nice guy, way overpaid. I think they screwed up the Diaz thing a little bit, but again, Cohen impresses me as a guy who's worth $18-20 billion. My guess is he's telling Stearns, do what you want. Here's the budget, and if it doesn't work, you're gone. That's just what I think.
Good point. Thanks, Paul.
All right, John. Appreciate it, my friend. Thank you. Yeah, a little sports to wrap it up. Listen. Mets fans, I know, listen, that's probably the equivalent, I was thinking about it. If if in his heyday the Yankees traded Don Mattingly, I would probably feel the way a lot of Mets fans do with the trading of Pete Alonso. But Stearns was brought in. It's like when you hire somebody. You hire a consultant, you hire a manager. It should always be, hey, boss, I know you're going to sign the checks. Are you going to let me do it the way I want to? And we'll see. We'll see what shakes out. All right, let's put a wrap on the week. Traffic and weather together. WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
The earlier accident on 95 in Milford at exit 40 has been cleared. However, there's still slow traffic from exit 39A. Heading northbound from the city to Milford, it's about an hour and a half on 95 or the Merritt to get you there. Sponsored by Columbia Dental in Norwalk, offering complete dental care from A to Z. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clear with a low near 20. Cloudy on Saturday with a high near 40. Sunday morning, snow clearing in the afternoon with a high near 30. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
For over a century, Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull has been a beacon of support and compassion for families navigating the profound challenges of grief and loss. Family owned since 1906, we are dedicated to helping you honor your loved ones with dignity and respect. Trust our experienced team to guide you through this difficult time, allowing you to celebrate a life well lived. Abriola.com. Your legacy, our commitment.
Are you ready for some football? Tune in every Sunday to the Voice of Connecticut for nonstop NFL action. Catch 2 thrilling games at 1 p.m. and 4 p.m., plus a 30-minute pregame show at 12:30. We'll bring you the insights, team updates, and the latest league news. It's all brought to you by Duchess Restaurants, where fresh food is served fast. Don't miss a moment of the action. The NFL on the Voice of Connecticut every Sunday. Kick off your game day right.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The Voice of Connecticut, WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
Yeah, and I know Mets fans are all bent out of shape about Pete Alonso. But again, there's a famous story in baseball, and we'll end with this. Ralph Kiner, remember Ralph Kiner? Lindsey Nelson, Ralph Kiner, and Bob Murphy on the Mets games? Ralph Kiner was in a contract dispute. Now, this guy was already ticketed to the Hall of Fame. Best player on the Pittsburgh Pirates. He went in with contract demands, and Branch Rickey said, quote, "We finished last with you. We can finish last without you." And he was gone. Folks, have a great weekend. Back Monday. Chris Williams, as always, thank you. We're back on Monday.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Christopher Cruz. Days of torrential rain in Washington state have caused historic floods. Governor Bob Ferguson says conditions are unpredictable.
This is something that the people of the state of Washington have not faced before, this level of flooding. And so we encourage, of course, individuals to follow the orders from their local officials.